We'd like to welcome you to our current event and weekly Bible study for November 29th, 2015. And just a lot of different current events we're going to be covering today. I just added this particular part in regarding all of the this upcoming summit with the global, quote, global warming and the implications that has for humanity. Now, before I get into that, just some recent, literally from the last day, I've put out, if you added up all the links to this over the years, probably hundreds of these links. These are just the ones in the last couple days regarding the bogusness of this whole concept and how this is an absolute lying satanic agenda just being shoved down our throats. Ultimately just to strip us of all liberties and to tax us into oblivion, which is really the goal, and to ultimately herd people into stack and pack cities that will not offend Mother Gaia and will leave a smaller carbon footprint. This is the excuses they're going to be using in order to implement these draconian global laws that are unfortunately coming. And again, as Christians, to pray about these things, to pray that, if it be the Lord's will, that these satanic agendas be exposed and be defeated so that they can not come to fruition. Because God can intervene, but this is a very important part of the New World Order and the whole coming one world government, one world religious system, one world economic. Because see, this is this concept of we all need to get on the same page. All the nations need to come together, and we need to have a united global world leader, which will be the Antichrist, in order to bring us to this point. And this is all staging for that. So this is an extremely important subject because this is literally like one of the main linchpin drivers for all of that agenda. So just reports from the last couple days. These are just different links to different reports you can click on, and I'm going to post it here in the PDF for today, which is going to be about 16, 17 pages, and for November 29, 2015. First report is Antarctic cooling has actually been cooling for the past 6 years. Okay, so there's one thing that flies. Now again, none of this is going to be emphasized at any of these bogus conferences where these devils all meet and try to decide the fate of humanity. All of this information will be ignored and suppressed because it doesn't fit with their narrative. The next report, new consensus, 97% of Americans aren't worried about global warming. So what they've got to do is create this unbelievable panic about a non-existent thing that's happening. It's actually the opposite that's happening. But 97% of Americans aren't even worried about it. Next report, state Democrats rise in opposition to Obama's climate change agenda. Well, I hope that continues, all of the legislature. But again, they're all in the kind of the same big satanic team, so I don't really see that playing out, unfortunately. Next one, world facing grave environmental crisis, Pope warns. So Pope's going to try to mobilize all of the, I don't know if you want to call them Catholics and pseudo-Christians on the planet, anywhere, and to let them know how great. And you have to just look at what side of the team are these satanic agents of hell on. Well, they're all firmly on the side of shoving this global warming down our throats. Okay, so that is all I need to know, that it is a lie and that it's a satanic agenda. That's all I really need to know. But then there's so much volume of truth regarding this, proving that it is a total lie. Next one, California freeze, 11 below zero in the Sierra Mountains amid snow and ice. I think that was some type of potential record there, 11 below zero. Decade-long ice age predicted as sun hibernates. So the exact opposite of what they're saying is actually what's going on. Another one, I believe the French President Hollande slams scandalous Paris climate protest clashes. We're going to talk about that in a second. And then temperature data fiddling is the biggest science scandal ever. These are all separate reports you can click on. If you're not up to speed on the subject and you need proof that this is an absolute total scam and a satanic agenda, absolutely total lie, these are just some of the information out there. As was reported in late October, the U.S. government placed illegal gag orders on the National Weather Service, NOAA, and the U.S. Department of Commerce, exposed by Dane Wigington at Geoengineering Watch. So they're putting gag orders on all of the major National Weather Service agencies. So they keep their mouths shut so that they go along with the false lying narrative. The power structure is beginning to panic as the public wakes up to the criminal climate engineering insanity. The growing police state is completely out of control and becoming unimaginably blatant with their actions. Bill Hopkins, the Executive Vice President for National Weather Service Employees Organization, said this, quote, "As a taxpayer, I find it highly disturbing that a government agency continues to push gag orders to hide how they operate. This is the work of the American government, owned by the American public, and should be open to the American public." But unfortunately, it's the exact opposite. Then we have the main report right now at Drudge, which is a report entitled "World Leaders Gather to, quote, save the world." Almost 150 heads of state, including David Cameron, Barack Obama, and Indian Prime Minister Modi, are heading to Paris for the start of the most important environmental meeting for decades. Ahead of the summit, more than 175 countries have postponed pledges known as intended national determined contributions to cut their carbon emissions, which, if enacted, would be enough to limit global warming. This is what they're saying it would be, even though we're undergoing essentially global cooling right now, would be enough to limit global warming to 2.7 degrees centigrade, Celsius, I'm sorry. But the United Nations has pledged to limit climate change to 2 degrees Celsius, but it would much prefer 1.5. So in other words, the less warming they're going to permit, the more aggressive we would have to be, even though that's not even happening, because they've cooked the books and they've been doing it from the beginning. This means that there's much work to be done in Paris. And then this report appeared right in conjunction with it, which is a report entitled "Paris Climate Change Activists Placed Under House Arrest." So see, you can't even, this is the state we're finding ourselves in, where you can't even protest their satanic agenda. You're going to be put under house arrest. Eventually be execution, or imprisonment and then execution. 24 climate change activists, meaning protesters, have been put under house arrest by the French police. They unfortunately, they didn't want to do this with the ISIS Muslim terrorists that they let into their country, that killed over 100 people last week, who they knew about way ahead of time. Okay, that's all been proven. And no, but they don't want to keep an eye on them. Just let them go out and wholesale slaughter. Why? Because that helps their agenda. And we talked about that a lot last week. So at least 24 climate change activists have been put under house arrest by French police. They are accused of defying a ban on organizing protests. So now they've got bans on organizing protests during next week's 2015 UN Climate Change Conference in Paris. The next report is entitled "Silencing Truth in America and Across the World." It is not just alternative media they're trying to silence. They're trying to silence the truth itself. And this, unfortunately, is going to be becoming more and more the norm. And this is why ministries like this it's just a matter of time. I kind of feel like I'm living on borrowed time every day that a ministry like this even is able to continue. Not just me, but there's a lot of other ones out there. But yeah, it's just, let's face it, the days are numbered here. When they really fully go headlong, when we go under martial law, when things really get bad, and then they suspend the Constitution and everything that gives us any type of liberty in any way, shape, or form, and as the internet police and the global governance takes over the internet more and more, when all that ends up going down, any type of truth outlet is going to be limited most likely overnight or in a very short period of time. And then they'll just have, and this is why it's so important to get educated now. Because if you take for granted the window of opportunity you have now to get educated, you're probably not going to have that same window in the future. You're not going to even have access to truth. All you're going to have access to is brainwashing lies and Orwellian doublespeak. It's going to be George Orwell's 1984 live in Technicolor, 24/7. So, very important to get educated on these matters now so that you have some type of knowledge base going into the brave new world that's coming. Now, the Lord Jesus Christ is bigger than all of it. I obviously firmly, truly believe that. But remember, the Bible says in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 that for this cause God shall send them strong delusion, that they will believe a lie, that they might all be damned who receive not what? The love of the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. So having a love for the truth, yes, the Lord Jesus Christ dying on the cross, death, burial, and resurrection to save our souls, that is the main truth, okay, that we need to embrace. But there's a lot of other truth out there as well. A lot of other ways that we're being deceived, that we are being destroyed for lack of knowledge, that Satan is getting an advantage of us, and that we're not to be ignorant of his devices. So, it's important to be a lover of truth regarding truth itself. This report goes on to say American journalists are censored, threatened on college campuses, and images pertaining to cry bullies are blocked from Facebook, while reporters in Turkey are arrested and lawyers are assassinated, and the French alternative news websites are being shut down, and green activists are being placed under house arrest. Well, green, I mean climate change, whatever. In Canada, a man who has worked tirelessly and relentlessly to expose the damage done by Fukushima nuclear reactor meltdowns and the subsequent cover-up of said damage was arrested, then gagged, and had his video evidence deleted by YouTube. I talked about him recently. While Facebook censorship against conservatives continues unabated. From one end of the globe to the other, physically and virtually on the internet, truth is being silenced. And again, that's why this ministry is called Contending for Truth. Because it is a war on truth. That is every day. You open up the paper, whatever, media, print, radio, it is a war on truth. This is what we're faced with. Okay, so I just rechecked this, and yes, these are literal climate activists, not protesters. No, these people, which doesn't really make sense to me that much. Granted, it's their right to protest, but the reality is this is their agenda. You know, this is their baby. All these devils trying to push this. Okay, but I guess what they were saying is amid security concerns, they had to put these people. But still, in France right now, they're organizing. This is the front page thing on Communist News Network, CNN. And it's entitled "The Shoes Are Marching for Us," and it's all these people that have taken off their shoes, and evidently, symbolically, their shoes are magically marching on their behalf, evidently. And they're demanding, they've bought into the whole global warming thing, hook, line, and sinker. Now, I'm not saying that some of the other things that they're protesting, like fossil fuels, I mean, obviously, we've got the technology where we wouldn't need to do that. We have, free energy, whatever you want to call it, all types of technology that have been suppressed. I've gotten into this many, many times. And, people that have invented, waters that can, or engines that can run on water, or engines that can run on this or that, and all of this technology has been suppressed on purpose to preserve the, of course I'm not going to call it fossil fuel because it's not even that. That's a whole other scam, and just look up abiotic oil, okay? If you want to debunk the whole finite fossil fuel thing, abiotic oil, that's being replenished in the earth. It's actually a byproduct of some process in the earth. Anyway, I did a study on that, I don't know, probably in the last couple years. So that's a scam too. It's like every time you turn, it's just another lie they're trying to shove down your throat. And yes, there's a lot of things that we should not be doing. The whole nuclear power. I mean, my word, look at what's happened with Fukushima. Can you imagine if that took place spontaneously all over the earth with all of the nuclear power plants, or even like 2% of them? The world could literally be an uninhabitable wasteland, with something like that happening on a mass scale. So, from that standpoint, I would agree with, yes, we should try to transition over to renewable, or let's say free energy devices, things of this nature. And again, they have the technology, they've suppressed it, they've killed off the people that are the inventors that keep inventing things, or they buy them off. That's the standard operating procedure. That's what they do every single time. So from that standpoint, I get what they're doing, but the whole thing about them thinking that this global warming is going to kill us all, they've absolutely bought into the whole thing, hook, line, and sinker. And these people are there by the thousands demanding that they have their rights taken away from them, because this is what's going to happen as a result of the decisions that will be made at these climate change conventions. So, it's just madness, total insanity, the brainwashed zombie masses everywhere you turn. And they're literally demanding their own destruction, because this is what this will result in if they end up fully implementing all of the things they would like to do. What are they going to have to do? Well, they're going to have to go by the 10 Commandments of the New World Order. And the first commandment of that New World Order, in order to not grieve Mother Gaia, in order to not to create a much smaller carbon footprint, is to reduce world population by 500 to 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. That's the end of that first commandment of the Georgia Guidestones. In perpetual balance with nature, or Mother Gaia, so as not to grieve Mother Gaia, Mother Earth. When these people show up and they're demanding, screaming out, they're literally begging for their own destruction. And this is why I call it total insanity when I see these people out there doing this. Anyway, next report: Paris attack expected to make climate deal more likely. Disproven anthropogenic climate change theory is now supposedly the main driver of ISIS. So yes, climate change is the reason ISIS exists now. The UN is pulling out all the stops. The 2009 conference held in Copenhagen came close to codifying the warmist agenda, but it failed. Remember, there was all of these nations that had tabled or postponed global, or let's say for their respective countries, to reduce their own, I don't know, I guess it would be carbon emissions at this point. Let me just read that part again. "150 heads of state, including David Cameron, Barack Obama, and Indian Prime Minister, are headed to Paris for the start of the most important environmental meeting in decades. Ahead of the summit, more than 175 countries have postponed pledges known as Intended National Determined Contributions, or INDCs, to cut their carbon emissions, which, if enacted, would limit global warming to 2.7 Celsius. So see, now we're all on the same page globally. All the nations are collectively responsible. And the ones that are the most responsible, obviously, are the ones putting out the biggest carbon footprint and the most carbon emissions. Even though that's what plants actually have to have in order to live. Carbon dioxide. Okay? CO2. That's what they have to have. But we have to reduce that. We have to reduce that. It's just total lies and insanity everywhere you turn with this. So going further, the BBC reports, while many leaders, including President Obama and the President of China, were always set to attend this conference, the recent violent attacks in Paris have encouraged others to come in an expression of solidarity with the French people. Oh, this is total insanity. Unlike at Copenhagen, the French organizers are bringing the leaders in at the start of the conference rather than waiting for them to come in at the end, a tactic which failed spectacularly at the Danish capital. Delegates are in little doubt that the shadow cast over the city by the attacks will enhance the chances of the agreement. This is why they did it. They had full knowledge of it ahead of time. They knew this. They knew the perpetrators. I read things up there where they're actually working in concert, where they actually killed people after. There was one report up there of a girl that had been at that, Demons of Death rock concert or whatever. And literally it had happened. She walked out with her boyfriend. Her mother or her family was in Mexico. She called them to let them know that she was fine. The shooting had already happened. Okay. And then she gets the same family gets a call from her parents hours later saying she and her boyfriend are dead. I guess they hadn't got enough body count yet. I mean, this is after the shooting was done, over, finished. Then they turn up dead. Well, they needed to have a bigger body count, evidently. Somebody had to make that happen. So, again, whenever you have mass shootings like this, there's always some typical well-coordinated effort behind the scenes in order to make it happen. Obviously, they're letting the Syrians and ISIS and all of these Muslim terrorists in on purpose. You look at the fruit of what they're producing. They're doing it on purpose. The West helped create ISIS to a large extent. We've gotten into that over and over again. So all of this is just literally order out of chaos. They're bringing about their new world order out of the chaos they're creating and predetermining ahead of time. According to Tom Burke, former UK government advisor on climate change and now chairman of the environmental think tank E3G, the leaders will insist climate change spawns terrorism. Yeah, climate change is now the driver of all terrorism. It's the total. So see, now we have this gigantic, huge crisis they've created on purpose. Open borders, let them flood in, arm them, equip them, protect them, like they've been doing, like America, and they're supporting. I mean, Turkey's buying their oil, their oil they're stealing, arming them, equipping them, all of this stuff. I've gotten into this over and over again. They're creating all of this. And then they open up the borders and let them flood in. So they're literally saying now that I believe they're going to just blame probably all Muslim terrorism now on this. So now, if you believe that line of absolute asinine, brain-dead thinking into your head, if you buy into that, I'm not saying my listeners, I'm just saying people in general, and they will, they'll buy it hook, line, and sinker. These people outside that are activists, and they're doing this all over the earth, I guess. If you buy into that, well, then what do you have to do? Well, you've got to go after this climate change more than any other thing, because that'll stop all the terrorism from happening. I mean, look at the insanity. Those Muslim terrorists are just so enraged because we've got global warming happening, and that's driving this all, evidently. So people will give up their rights now even more so, because now they're thinking it's the main driver of terrorism. I mean, it's so asinine and so stupid and idiotic, that line of thinking, that I'm almost left speechless. But this is what they're doing. This is what they're saying. This E3G produced a report in 2013 that claimed that climate change and resource scarcity were the prime motivators for the Arab Spring, the Islamic Arab Spring uprisings. Obviously, terrorism in Syria has nothing to do with supposed climate change. That's called a satanic ideology of Islam. And then the West protecting them, giving them weapons, helping to create certain factions of them, not bombing them, or giving them heads up before they supposedly do it. That's going on. Buying their oil. No, it's climate change that caused all their satanic behavior. That's why the Muslims are they have their little boys called shy boys they rape, and all of the satanic evil stuff, why they're beheading Christians and raping them. It's all climate change. What were any of us ever thinking? It's so obvious now. Has nothing to do with them being demon possessed to the toenails or their satanic ideology and the West equipping and enabling all of it. No, it has nothing to do with any of that. It's climate change. Because the Americans insist on driving their cars. Anybody who puts out carbon, they need to die. Well, then we all need to die because we exhale carbon dioxide. That's right, we all need to die so Mother Gaia won't be grieved. That's the solution. This is where this insanity is all heading. This is how reduction to a 500 million population, if God lets it happen, I'm not saying he's going to, but this is how a lot of people would be absolutely indifferent to that. No compassion, no mercy, just apathy. They are not going to care one bit because they're going to be saying, well, somebody's got to go. And obviously the most liberal of the bunches and the most satanically possessed in the the ones at the top of the food chain aren't going to have any problem with billions dying in order not grieve Mother Gaia, in order to decrease the carbon footprint, in order to take away all of our rights and move us into stack and back cities, because this is where this is all heading. The Syrian civil war was manufactured in the West to overthrow the government of Bashar al-Assad. Russia's thrown a monkey wrench into that because of their support, because of what they've been doing. The introduction of the foreign jihadists in the Islamic State by the United States, the Gulf of Emirates and Turkey, has more to do with the instability, order out of chaos, than the great threat multiplier, as the Pentagon calls climate change. And again, all I'm doing is pointing out all of their lies. And it's like to have this ministry as a full-time job of just pointing out all of the, in your face, so over-the-top lies that are constantly being churned out from the mainstream and the global media. So I'm just going to play, and again, I'm not endorsing Alex Jones here. This is only a minute and 22-second clip. But he brings up some good points regarding this one issue. And I'm just going to roll this through.
The war on humanity continues, shutting down our economy. First, it was freezing. Ice age is coming. We got to have world government to save us. Then it was global warming. Then it's climate change, period. Vladimir Putin has come out and said anthropogenic climate change is a geostrategic weapon. Kurt Nemo, Infowars.com. This needs to get out there big time.
It is a weapon. This is the absolute weapon that will strip us of basically, I think it's the main weapon they're going to use to strip us of all of our rights. I think this is the main one.
Because Russia's breaking with the globalists on every front. They didn't go along with carbon taxes before and said they weren't sure it was real. Now they're saying, look, it's meant to shut down all major industrial economies not controlled by the IMF and World Bank. To have a major world leader who's made the world bipolar again, not unipolar in its power, to have Putin come out and say exactly what it is a devastating blow against the New World Order. This is cause for celebration. And Putin just went up another notch in my view. Because I don't trust him, and know what he was part of and all the rest of it. The point is, he's telling the truth. He says they want to break up our families. They want to destroy our cultures. They want to get rid of our sovereignty. They want to override us. They want to sabotage the human condition. This is a genetic takeover. I mean,
So, absolutely. So, regardless of what Putin's agenda is, what he's saying is truth. 100%. You know, and I'm not saying he's puritanical in his motivations by any stretch of the imagination. But that's what's going on. And this is the main thing they're going to use. Then we have this that just happened, and I could see this one coming a mile away. As soon as I saw the headline, I'm like, oh, here we go. Here we go. Planned Parenthood shooters not fitting the left stereotype. The shooter in Colorado. Robert Louis Deere registered to vote as a female. Obviously, and was previously charged as a peeping Tom. Actually, because he was actually registered as a female, it's a peeping Tina. Okay, not a peeping Tom, so we need to get that straight. Sorry, just kidding. Anyway, throughout Friday's 6-hour armed standoff at the Colorado Planned Parenthood facility that left 3 dead and 9 wounded. But I wonder, it left 3 dead and 9 wounded. What about the other body count that day at that facility? How many babies did they slaughter in the womb? Because they need to add that to the body count. No, they should do it for the whole life of that abortuary. How many, what is the body count of all of the innocent babies that have been slaughtered in the womb there? I mean, they're only given 3 dead and 9 wounded. That's not fair. What about all the babies that are dead as a result of what goes on there every single day? Social media feasted on the fact the gunman was described as a white man. Of course, as WorldNet Daily reported, it didn't take long for that meager piece of information to morph into he's also a Christian, and he's a pro-lifer, and a Republican. Even though authorities had not yet, or at that point, even released any information about the gunman's motive. I knew this is what they were going to try to push as soon as I saw this. Okay. So far, Robert Louis Deere, 57 years old, of Hartselle, Colorado, is disappointing those who tried to stereotype the pro-life Christians as terrorists. No evidence of Deere's involvement with pro-life groups has surfaced. Pro-life groups denounced the shooting and indicated they had neither interacted with nor ever even heard of him. Now, they give a link here. This is WorldNet Daily. And it says, read the tested and proven strategies to defeat the abortion cartel in Abortion Free, your manual for building a pro-life America one community at a time. So, if you're ever interested in anything like that, they have that. I think it's something that they sell there. Anyway, I give you a link to it. Going back to this, it says, as it turns out, Deere's not even a Republican. He's registered to vote in Park County, Colorado as an unaffiliated and as a female. So this guy's a total nut job. Okay? Not a Republican, registered to vote as a female. So that would mean that, what is he? Transgender? Oh, I don't know if we can't really attack him then, because transgenders are off limit. I mean, look at Bruce Jenner, Brucetta, or whatever his name is, brucellosis, Caitlyn, whatever. Can't attack him. No siree, Bob. Can't attract transgenders. They're the only things that matter in the universe. Make the females shower with them without any barriers. That's what we were just talking about. And if you don't like it, well, you just, I don't know. I mean, maybe suicide's a viable option because, you are not ready to go into the 1984 George Orwellian world that we say you will conform to. I just reported on that. Yeah, no separate shower facilities for the transgender devil boy that insists on having to shower with the girls. So if this guy's transgender, oh boy, that show throws a real monkey wrench into it. Because if it's wicked, if it's evil, we got to protect it. That's their motto. I'm looking at, it's a screenshot of information, this voter ID information about him. Her voting status. She is unaffiliated. Robert Louis Deere. Robert's a good female name, you know? Kind of a manly female name. She's just confused. Voter registration information posted by Gateway Pundit gives Deere's address and notes her voting address is active and she is unaffiliated. A criminal record check by Independent Journal revealed past arrests in South Carolina for cruelty to animals and for being a peeping Tom, and 2 traffic offenses, all more than 10 years ago. And the other people that said this said the guy was an absolute creep, very, very bad feeling, just always complaining about stuff. The guy's crazy, the way it looks. But what they really wanted was a pro-life white male going in there that was a registered Republican, it would have been better if it was a pastor, I think even. And I'm just saying, that's the main thing they demonize. White male men. I'm not being whatever, I'm just telling you a fact. If I was a black man reporting on this, that would be true. They are demonizing white men more than any other demographic by far. But me as a white guy, I can't say that, because that makes me a racist to even bring it up. It's not politically correct. My whole thing is that I don't really care where I see truth, but where I see it, I'm going to report on it, and I'm going to get it out there. So this guy doesn't fit their narrative. Then we have this report, Colorado Planned Parenthood shooting, 5 astonishing things the mainstream media isn't reporting on that everyone should know. In the aftermath of the Colorado Springs Planned Parenthood shooting, the mainstream media is predictably functioning as nothing more than the propaganda arm of the Obama administration. It's no surprise the Obama administration is already using the latest shooting tragedy at Planned Parenthood in Colorado to promote all the anti-gun agenda. In a statement released today, Obama scorned what he called the easy accessibility of weapons, the weapons of war in our streets. All the while admitting that the gunman's motive is still unknown. Then Obama tweeted, "This is not normal. We can't let it become normal." Now, it's straight from the White House. Now, he said a lot more than that, but some responses below this tweet were this one guy, axe to grind. He says, "Obama, I'm still waiting on your thoughts about the pregnant pastor's wife being raped and brutally killed by blacks in the last couple weeks." Now, granted, this is just one story that's came out where the lady and her husband, pastor's wife, yes, both of them were white. They were in their house, or she was in the house. He had went to the church where they had. Black guys were there, roaming the neighborhood, broke into her house, raped her, killed her in front of her own children, blew her brains out, I'm pretty sure. And where's the outrage? Where's the outrage? Now, this kid in Chicago, the one they're all rioting over, had a knife and was on PCP. Okay? He was probably doing what they call a dipper. It's very common now in a lot of the black inner city areas, and I'm not saying whites can't do this. I'm saying it's more common from what I've seen from my research that it's in black inner cities where they'll have guys go around and they have a little jar, okay, and it's this PCP liquid, and they'll take a certain kind of cigarette. It's a preferred type of cigarette, forget what it's called, and they dip it in there, and they give it to them. They sell it to them for 10, 15 bucks a pop. It's called a dipper. And PCP will make you go nuts. It will turn you into a savage. I mean, a lot of people strip their clothes off. They go crazy. They got to wear spit masks. I mean, it makes you clear raven lunatic. Black, white, or green, whatever your skin color, doesn't matter. Okay? And it's very prevalent, though. And it's a real cheap way to get really, really high, is what it boils down to. So, they're having all of these black mobs up there protest in Chicago, which has, you have this basically gun-free zone, where you create this environment where the only ones that have the guns are the criminals and the cops. And you wonder why it's such a killing field. And the solution is obviously just take away the guns from the law-abiding citizens, strip them of any rights they have, and create a massive gun-free zone where, again, the only ones that'll have the guns are the criminals and the cops. And then the criminals will be able to, knowing that nobody has guns, will be able to come in and wholesale kill anyone they want to kill. That's all it's going to create. If people were armed in that environment, you would see a massive drop in the killings overnight, because there would be a major pushback, and the criminals would think twice. And I'm not saying they're all black, but I'm saying criminals in general would think obviously twice about committing crimes and holding people up and murdering people and things of this nature. Because if they think they're going to get killed, obviously it's going to make them think twice. You don't believe that? Go to Kennesaw, Georgia, where everybody has to have a gun. Every household has to have a gun. It's an actual ordinance they have. And their crime and their murder and all of these other rates are next to zero. I've reported on this many times. But where you have gun-free zones, it's the exact opposite. Absolute killing field. So this particular gentleman, he says he's still waiting on Obama's thoughts about the pregnant pastor's wife being raped and brutally killed by blacks. Because he's been all over, with this shooting of this black boy. He was like 11, I think, in Chicago. Had a knife with PCP in his system. Total outrage, total just gonzo nuts over that. Why aren't they in front of the Planned Parenthood clinics, which kill, statistically speaking, in the inner cities, over half the black population born? That's where the real killing's going on. Black lives do matter. You're right. So then why aren't you in front of the abortion clinics? Selective outrage. Hypocrisy is why. If that doesn't fit a person's narrative, regardless of skin color, typically they're going to ignore it. Annette, the other guy, comments, still nothing about Kate Stinley killed by an illegal alien either, because that doesn't fit the narrative. There was an illegal alien that killed somebody. Nothing said by Obama about that at all. Any Muslims that are killing people in this country, it's going to all be suppressed. Unless it fits their narrative, unless they can take away more of our rights. And then the one guy responds back, he says, it doesn't matter, they're all killed as a result of climate change. Ha ha. Yeah. That's what they're trying to get us to believe. Climate change is why all of this is happening now, obviously. The fact that gun exists and climate change. That's the reason. This is the insane world we find ourselves in. The last thing Americans should so this is Obama continuing with his comments about this. The last thing Americans should have to do over the holidays or any day is comfort the families of people killed by gun violence. Sure, just look at Chicago. Your former stomping ground. A statement from the president read, and then my comment is, yet Obama creates and promotes gun-free zones all across America where these killing zones can flourish, which is where these killings always end up happening, typically, in gun-free zones. I just like to point out that there's not everybody out there is going to buy this, and that there are people out there that are going to expose your fork-tongued lies, Obama. And I'm not the only one, obviously. But going further, he says, Obama, this is not normal. We can't let it become normal. It's normal in Chicago, though. Or New York City, or wherever they've been disarmed. It's totally normal. Why aren't you talking about that? Well, if it's a white cop shooting a black person, well, I'll talk about it all day long. If it's blacks killing blacks, which is the the normal by their own statistics, it's not. Do you see that in the national news? You'll see it in local Chicago stuff. If it's a black killing a white person, you're not going to see that anywhere. Oh man, you're going to see maybe a local report. But if it's a white cop killing a black, preferably boy, because then there's more outrage because he's a youth. Oh, the world's going to end. Just hypocrisy everywhere you turn. Then he says, if we truly care about this, if we're going to offer up thoughts and prayers again, for God knows how many times. Oh, prayers to Satan, Obama? Yes, obviously that's who he meant, prayers to Satan. Okay. If we're going to offer prayers again for God knows how many times, with a truly clean conscience. Oh, you know a lot about a truly clean conscience, you fork-tongued devil. You would know a lot about that. You and Michael. All of the satanic atrocities that devil has committed. And he has the audacity to even mention the word clean conscience. Then he says, then we have to do something about the easy accessibility of weapons of war on our streets to people who have no business wielding them. Period. Enough is enough. They're coming for the guns. They're just going to let these things keep happening over and over and create a lot of them, or if not all, until they finally feel like they have enough public outrage to take the guns. This is where it's all heading. Everything is satanically agenda-driven in this satanic world we find ourselves in. And ever increasingly. As it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the days of the coming of the Son of Man, Jesus Christ said. And as in the days of Lot. Well, that was a pretty lawless society. A pretty depraved, disgusting, evil. When you look at the days of Noah, or you look at the days of Lot. Pretty much bottom of the barrel. In addition to twisting the reporting on the story in an attempt to blame all gun owners for the actions of one lunatic, the media is deliberately censoring critical parts of the story in order to mislead the public. Some things you haven't been told by the mainstream media. Did you know the shooter self-identified as a female in his voter registration? We just got into that. Did you know the shooter was not active in any pro-life activities? Were you aware that in addition to butchering early and midterm babies in the womb without any mercy, I kind of added to that a little bit from what he had said, Planned Parenthood also commits violence every day against nearly born children, or late term, by killing them during partial birth abortions, which is where you partially deliver the baby into the birth canal and plunge a pair of scissors into the back of its head to basically kill him. And also, they harvest their organs. That also helps with partial birth, because if you're just plunging a pair of scissors into the back of their head, you're not interfering with all the organs in the chest cavity, so that they can be harvested so they can make their money. See, Planned Parenthood across the world commits, or any abortion clinic, commits more atrocities on a daily basis than any other entity on the planet, as far as I can see. And they have the audacity to act like they're performing all of these statements they've released. It's so nauseating, where we provide women with safe health care. Yeah, it's really safe for the baby you're slaughtering as well, right? Yeah, we provide them with, so they can rid their body of this inconvenience. Safe health care. Going further, it says, do you know which other country is famous for harvesting human organs for resale? Well, it's communist China. Also, most firearm owners do not support local law owners support local law enforcement and don't hate cops and wish to shoot at them. Did you know that you're more likely to be struck by lightning than killed in a mass shooting in America? Also, were you aware that gun control really means a gun monopoly in the hands of the government while disarming law-abiding citizens? Did you know there have already been 2,700 shootings this year in Chicago? One of the most tightly gun-controlled cities in America. See, that's the fruit of gun control. More mass shootings. Unfettered. Because the criminals don't like it when people shoot back. They're cowards. They want defenseless targets. Regardless of what their skin color is. 2,700 shootings this year in Chicago. But yet Obama only gets up when it fits his narrative and goes into all of this moral high ground, selective outrage, hypocrisy, browbeating the American populace. I'm just trying to hold my tongue. I'm just trying to hold my tongue. Next report, chaos on all levels as Islamic-generated genocide hits America. Arming the enemy as Obama vows millions more refugees during his last year. With Barack Obama once again vowing to welcome millions of refugees as long as he is president, just as new warnings from Greece emerge, stating that it's nearly impossible to find jihadists among those refugees. We see the FBI taking threats against the WWE Survivor Series pro wrestler, fake pro wrestling event in Atlanta on Sunday seriously. Not that one specific threat warning matters, with multiple targets on ISIS's hit list within the United States, but Obama's open door policy is looking more and more like a deliberate attempt to destroy America. 100%. This is all about destroying America. That's Obama's main goal by far. France remains on high alert. Brussels is reportedly on lockdown and has raised their national threat level, fearing a Paris-like attack based on quite precise information, with the risk of an attack like the one that happened in Paris, where several individuals with arms and explosive launched actions, perhaps several in several places at the same time. Continuing with this map showing how many states already have large enclaves of Muslim refugees with the United States. There's a link here to that map. And knowing the jihadists have infiltrated those fleeing Syria and other countries, as evidenced once again by more Syrians caught in Honduras with fake passports, it makes the interview shown below, highlighted by Zero Hedge, all the more important for everyone to see. When a conservative warns Barack Obama's Syrian policy is illegal, it is waved away as simple politics. When the alternative media websites warn that World War III is on the doorstep, and it might have already started, they are called conspiracy theorists. One has to wonder what those same critics think when a member of Obama's own party, a U.S. Congresswoman, takes the national stage and states outright that Obama administration and the CIA are conducting an illegal war against Bashar al-Assad in Syria and are arming the actual enemies of the United States, and are also asserts that Obama's illegal actions are setting us all up for a direct head-to-head conflict with Russia. Those are weapons that you know, the one weapon particularly that shot down the Russian helicopter. And then here's a picture of Obama. It says, "We don't have a strategy yet to combat ISIS because I haven't finished arming and funding them yet." So the House Democrat who had said all of this, this Congresswoman against Obama, is Tulsi Gabbard, who joined the Republican Representative Austin Scott on Friday to introduce legislation to end the illegal war to overthrow Assad, as reported by the Associated Press. But the interview, which went largely ignored, occurred on CNN last month and is being highlighted on Zero Hedge as they point out that Gabbard fully grasps the big picture. Gabbard provides 10 reasons the U.S. must end its war to overthrow the Syrian government of Assad on her congressional website. And there's a link to that if you want to see that. And then we have, this just breaking today, 14,000 potential terrorists go missing. As reports come in, U.S. veterans are being disarmed. Map shows Islamic terror network in America. I mean, this is all just being absolutely, totally set up. I mean, it's really obvious at this point what they're jockeying this whole situation into position in order to be implemented. It's just kind of a matter of time until they pull the trigger on it. Then the next report, Obama gives $5 million more to arm and train Syrian rebels. What could you do with just $1 million? So he gives them another $5 million to ISIS, essentially. I mean, this is the insanity. This is the satanic leadership that's at the head here. We also see reports being highlighted about the first majority Muslim city in America. Yes, there's a Muslim majority city now in America. Yeah. Here's a whole link to it. I put that link out in a recent newsletter I had as well. And how the vast majority of Americans now feel like a stranger in their own country. And now we have to wonder if Americans even realize we are following in the footsteps of Europe as we watch the Muslim endgame play out right before our eyes. Every person in America, especially those refusing to see what's happening, needs to watch the video entitled The Endgame, Genocide Documentary, because what has already happened in Europe is happening in the United States right now, this very second, and it is only going to get worse as Obama vows to allow millions more refugees into our nation during his last year as president. Remember, he's got nothing more he's kind of like heading toward the finish line. He doesn't have to worry about getting reelected. Hey, if he can get martial law going, then he's going to be in there indefinitely. So it's not like he's got anybody to even play nice for anymore, and anything to where he might back off a little bit. This is this is only going to get worse as Obama vows to allow millions more refugees in our nation. As I've said before, and we'll say it again, Barack Obama is arming our own executioners and then bringing them into America. Yeah, 100%. 100%. So I'm going to end part 1 here, and we will go to part 2 next. We'd like to welcome you back to part 2 of our current event and weekly Bible study for November 29th. 2015. Continuing, here's just some current headlines from the last week regarding this. We're going to pick up this thing about what we had just been talking about with Islam. Current headlines reading, Turkey downs Russian warplane. There's a video here. It's entitled Russian jet shot down. What they're not telling you, caution. There's a little bit of language in there. A lot of the things they're not telling you. Turkey is defending its ally, which is the Islamic State, or ISIS. It is the first time that a NATO fighter has downed a Russian combat aircraft since the start of the Cold War, started nearly 70 years ago. And you know Putin's not going to take that lying down, one way or another. Then they shot down the Russian helicopter. The Russian helicopter then shot down by U.S.-backed terrorists. So we were the ones giving them the weapons to shoot down the helicopter. Billions may die soon in a nuclear war, World War III, if things don't, Matt Drudge tweets, America's arming ISIS. There's no pulling back now. New video of Russian Su-24 pilot surrounded by gleeful armed Muslim devils emerges. New video of the dead Russian pilot, These are just bullet point headlines from just the last week that I don't even have time to cover. Breaking war escalation, Vladimir Putin closes Turkish embassy. Putin rages, saying that he was stabbed. They stabbed Russia in the back, essentially. NATO is now serving the Islamic State, evidently, because they're firmly on their side. Terror group publicly humiliates Obama by thanking U.S.-backed Syrian rebels for the American weapons. The mainstream media is totally silent on it, though, of course. Flashback, Turkey's prime minister was caught arming ISIS. Like I said, they buy their stolen oil. They arm them with, they let them come through their border. You know, Putin has warned now serious consequences as Russia deploys missile cruiser off the Syrian coast. It's ordered to destroy any target posing danger. So that could escalate, obviously, very quick. Now, also, just so you know, there's a worldwide travel alert for Americans. Current information suggests that ISIL, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, and other terrorist groups continue to plan terrorist attacks in multiple regions. A statement from the U.S. State Department read, these attacks may employ a wide variety of tactics, using conventional and non-conventional weapons and targeting both official and private interests. Next report, 3,000 Islamic extremists are waiting for the right moment to attack ISIS. To attack as ISIS promises to shake our existence to the core. Video, Muslim invaders being snuck into the U.S. on UPS flights under cover of darkness. People are getting this on camera. They're literally bringing them in on UPS flights any way they can get them in here to bring in this Trojan horse, to bring in this fifth column that is going to be designed to kill the American populace and to destabilize America so that they can implement martial law and bring their order out of chaos. And there's a link to this. We caught them red-handed sneaking the people in UPS. Here's a whole link to it. You can watch it. ISIS threatens to blow up the U.S. White House in latest video release. Oh, do you hear Obama talking about any of this stuff? No, he loves it. He loves it. Absolutely loves it. And then the next one, Obama gave ISIS a 45-minute warning before bombing them. That's a standard procedure now. They're going to go out and do their show fake bombing runs, and they're going to drop leaflets to ISIS before they bomb them, so nobody gets killed. Because he paid a lot of money to train them. You know, he's not going to go out there and kill, but he's got to do something. He can't just go out there and overtly arm them. He's got to go out there and put on some kind of fake show, like they're fighting back against wickedness. This wickedness of ISIS. So this is how he handles it. Next report, Washington, D.C. police chief urges citizens to fight back against Paris-style attackers. And then Americans with AR-15s and AK-47s surround Texas mosque and send a stern warning message to Muslims. So that happened this last week. Then Islamic State hides bombs in children's dolls. So that's one of the ways they're hiding bombs in children, because they have no conscience at all. And then the next report, credible intel, impending attacks by ISIS in America. King Abdullah warns of World War III within Islam. Then we have Islamic scholar outlines Islam's intentions for America. There's a video for that. And their intentions are nothing but good and puritanical for us. Let me assure you of that. They wish nothing but the best for us. And then, next report, we are coming. Pro-ISIS message found on Ohio college campus. Next one, U.S. terror alert. Weapons stolen from a Massachusetts Army base and hundreds of security badges stolen from Atlanta airport. I'm telling you, they're staging all this stuff. They're pre-positioning their devil troops. They are getting all of their armaments in order. We're arming them. We're protecting them. We're funding them on a lot of different. We're smuggling them in America, not my listeners, obviously, but America in general, the Obama administration. They're smuggling them in. They're pre-positioning them, and it's just a matter of time until the switch is pulled. I mean, unless God intervenes miraculously. Next report, official report: multiple shots fired at mosque in Connecticut, United States, and then. The states and cities where unvetted refugees, including terrorists, will be placed by Obama's team as of November 20, 2015. So there's a link to that. Next one, refugees only required to voluntarily, quote, check in with the State Department after entering the United States. Meaning they're only required to voluntarily. Oh, we're just going to check in. We're not going to monitor you. We're not going to track you. You do whatever you want. Come one, come all. It's all being done on purpose. But yet they want to take away the guns from all the law-abiding citizens. But the ones that are the most wicked, evil people they're bringing into this country, there's no nothing. There's no whatever. No vetting, no tracking, no nothing. Just let them come in and do whatever they want. I'm sure we can trust them. Next report. In first majority Muslim city, U.S., there's culture shock. That talks about that city. I think it's in Michigan. Next link, the truth about Islam. The problem isn't radical Islam. The problem is just plain Islam. And then the next one, take your children out of public schools now. Radical Islamic indoctrination of the children of America has begun. Well, it's more than begun. It's, but it's really getting bad though. And then the next one, ISIS is pursuing chemical weapons, which is also comforting. And then we have 8 Syrians caught at the Texas border. 150 on a flight from Mexico allowed to skip customs, leave the JFK airport. Border Brigade vets patrolling for terrorists because nobody else will do it. Record surge of illegals in October at the border. New Fed guidelines quietly changing immigration enforcement because they don't want to have any type of parameters for immigration. If you're coming from a terrorist country or you're coming from a third world country, I mean, they don't care. They just want you to come in here and kill and steal whenever the appointed time is. That's really what their goal is. And then we have 47 House Democrats defy Obama and vote to halt. I think that has something to do with the that's on the bringing the Syrian refugees in. We'll see if they follow suit. We'll see if our corrupt, wicked government actually does anything about it. And then the media, the mainstream media, cheer the president's refugee plan. Yes, absolutely. Syrian community leader, ISIS is already in the United States. Refugees cannot be vetted. They've been coming for years, already at work. 6 men from Pakistan and Afghanistan busted entering Arizona. No, these are just reports from the last week. All I've been doing is reading bullet point headlines. Obviously, there's no possible way to cover this all. Even if I was on every day, I could barely keep up. You really can't. Obama shielding more than 80% of the illegals from deportation, of course. U.S. identified Paris attackers 6 months ago and predicted terror plot. So why didn't they stop it? Next report. House GOP caucus chairman says activate National Guard to stop the refugees. All they'd have to do is stop the refugees. Stop flying them in. Stop bussing them in. Stop letting them come in by boat. I mean, why do we have to activate the National Guard? Then Speaker Ryan says there will be no religious test for vetting these potential Muslim terrorists. No, of course not. That would be racist. Poll, most Americans are opposed to resettlement. Then Russian airstrikes destroy 472 Muslim terrorist targets in Syria in 48 hours. 1,000 oil tankers in 5 days. Oh, all that ISIS oil that's not getting to Turkey for them to buy. Oh, maybe that's why we shot down 2 of their fighter jets, NATO, via Turkey, with our weapons in America. Maybe that's why we shot down, not with a fighter jet and 2 pilots, and then the helicopter that came to rescue them. They don't like this. This is cutting into all this money that the Obama administration has given to train, arm, equip, and protect ISIS in Syria and elsewhere. They don't like it when they read 472 Muslim terrorist targets in Syria were destroyed in 48 hours and 1,000 oil tankers in 5 days. No. All that money that ISIS is getting selling that stolen oil is it's not getting back to ISIS. So they're not benefiting from that. They can't kill, rape, steal, pillage, behead the Christians like they were before if Russia's going to be killing them all. Godspeed in whatever Russia's righteous efforts are in destroying these Muslim devils. I'm not saying that Russia has some puritanical agenda, but if they're going to go there and destroy these Muslim devils that are killing, raping, stealing, and pillaging their way wherever they go, Isn't it sad that like the West, that America and then their allies there are literally funding and creating this wickedness and protecting it, and then acting like they have the moral high ground? Unbelievable. Next report. Muslim terrorist gunmen shout Allah Akbar as they storm the Mali hotel. Then just 30 Muslims in the city of Paris. 30. Out of a city of 224,000. No, out of 224,000 Muslims, I'm sorry. 30 Muslims in the city of Paris out of 224,000 Muslims turn up to protest massacre. So I mean, all this stuff about moderate Muslims. Why aren't you out there protesting all the wickedness your devil death cult is causing then? You're not moderate. You're doing nothing against it. And if you're not fully on that team, you will be when you're accused of being an infidel for being lukewarm. You're either going to get with the program or you're going to die. Because what ISIS is doing is just Islam. That's Islam in its purest form. Kill, slay, behead, and annihilate the infidel, which is the unbeliever in Islam. This is why you're only going to have 30 people turning out of 224,000 Muslims. And I would 100% suspect, and not only suspect, but know that a large majority of them like what happened. They just can't come out and, like they did in Turkey, and scream Allah Akbar as they take a moment of silence for, Turkey fans boo moment of silence for Paris attacks, and then chant Allah Akbar and are celebrating during the soccer game. This is how sick these devils are, for the most part. And now I pray those that can be saved would be saved. But I'm talking about the vast, vast majority who are just evil, who are not going to be saved. Okay? They have chosen wickedness and they love wickedness. And I'm not going to make an apology for somebody who loves wickedness and has no mercy, no compassion. They love death. And God says, all they that hate me love death, in the Word of God. And they love death. They love it. They can't get enough of it. It gives them such joy. You see how they celebrate. You see what they post, their writings, all of their warnings. They love death. Islam loves death. Because they are of their father the devil, and of his works, and of his lusts, they will do, as the Word of God says. And by their fruits ye shall know them, whether they are righteous or whether they are wicked. And the wicked go astray from the womb. They speak lies as soon as they be born. That's what the Bible says. There are some people that are appointed to that. They are vessels of wrath, fitted, meaning prepared ahead of time for God's destruction. And they have no conscience. They have no morality. Their consciences are seared as hot iron. They've been turned over to a reprobate mind, as the Bible talks about. And that's their destiny. It's their destiny. The truly wicked. Now, I'm not saying there's some that haven't done these things and haven't been saved, because I have heard instances of that. Very, very rare instances. Yes, that has happened. And praise God for that. Hopefully they can go back to maybe some of their, people that they were with that maybe also aren't purely, totally wicked, and help convert some of them. Next report, French president to welcome 30,000 new Muslim arrivals. So that's not enough. They gotta bring them in more. Just keep bringing them in, until the whole society is just totally destroyed and wiped out and annihilated, because that's the end game goal. And we're going to look at that in a minute here. The Muslim backlash is growing, but it needed to happen right at the very beginning. Germany, proposed law would allow government to enter private property and plan for, quote, accommodation of refugees. So they can come in, take your house, and give it to these Muslim devil invaders who are going to be so thankful for your sacrifice. So thankful, because we've seen that over and over again. And we'll see it more as this teaching plays out here. Syrian refugees, one of the Syrian refugees has already went missing in Louisiana. Well, when they don't monitor them, they can voluntarily check in. I mean, what do you expect? They want them to go rogue. They want them to do what what they're going to do. That's what Obama wants. He's trying his hardest, his level best to annihilate this country and anything good that it ever stood for. Resettlement group admits we don't track them. We don't track them. You crazy? That'd be prejudice. That'd be racist. White House won't tell the governors where they're even sending the refugees. So all these governors that are supposedly bowed up to Obama, well, okay, we won't even tell you where we're going to even send them then. There's ways around that. And the UN then demands that you take them in. 32 then killed in Nigeria of suspected Boko Haram attack. The Islamic State's West African affiliate Boko Haram is thought to be behind the first attack in 3 weeks in Nigeria. Now we're going to hear this report, and it's called The Endgame Full White Genocide Documentary. Now, I know, again, every time I do these studies, I get unsubscribes. Listen, I've reported on the black genocide over and over. Far more. In fact, I've never reported on this specific subject of white genocide. In the roughly 9 to 10 years since this ministry's been in existence, I have never done a study on white genocide. White race genocide. Never. I've reported, though, on black genocide. I just mentioned it earlier. The disproportionate amount of babies that are aborted in America, and in New York City it's over 50%, are black babies being aborted. That's black genocide. That's by design. Okay? That's why Planned Parenthood got started. It was one of the main motivating factors of Planned Parenthood. And then they would literally hire black pastors to go into the black churches that would convince the blacks that it was okay to abort their babies. Margaret Sanger was a eugenicist and a white supremacist, essentially. Had correspondence with Hitler. I've reported on that. I've reported on the Tuskegee Airmen that they gave syphilis to on purpose and never gave them treatment, and they were all black. And they all died slow, horrific, terrible deaths of tertiary syphilis. Syphilis has different stages. The last is tertiary. It's basically where your brain liquefies. I've reported on all of the vaccination campaigns that they have done over in the black nations in Africa to try to kill the black races and to give them AIDS. I've reported on all of that. So if somebody were to accuse me of being a racist because I'm even getting into this, I have already reported on. I report on any genocide wherever I see it. Black, white, green, yellow, red, I don't care. But I'm going to report on this one today. But see, I'm not supposed to do that as a white man. Because I'm a racist, obviously. Because I'm white. Because that's the narrative. I am white, therefore I'm racist. Blacks cannot be racist. I've had my own listeners tell me that. They can't be. It's impossible for them. You're right. Absolutely. I'm not even talking to my listeners. I'm just saying all the people that would say that. You're right. I have no point to make. I have no valid issues. You're right. But you know what? I'm going to go ahead and play this anyway. Just for kicks, just to put the info out there. So this is called Endgame, the Full White Genocide Documentary.
I'm not sure what's going on in Britain. Or let me say this, I don't know what's going on in London, because London is no longer an English city, and that's how they got the Olympics. I mean, they said we're the most cosmopolitan city on earth, but it doesn't feel English. I had a Californian friend come over 2 months ago, walked down the King's Road and said to me, well, where are all the English people? And I mean, I love having different cultures around, but when the parent culture kind of dissipates, you're left thinking, well, what's going on?
So what's going on?
Most people, I would even be willing to say the vast majority of people understand and recognize that government, especially at the federal level, is totally corrupt.
So this is the end game. What is the end game of all this?
All this week, BBC London is looking at the changing face of London and what it means for the capital. Figures compiled for the programme suggest that in the next 20 years, the ethnic diversity of this city will change dramatically.
For the first time ever, the number of people who class themselves as white British is now a minority in London.
People who identify as white British citizens are now a minority in their capital cities.
White folks are on track to becoming, and I hate to say this,
Whoopi Goldberg.
the minority in America.
A new report out by the government shows that by the year 2042, white Americans will no longer represent the majority of the population. That prediction is 8 years sooner than previously expected.
That the native French population would be finding itself in a rapidly decreasing minority.
Her kan etnisk norske være i mindretall om 20 år I 2030.
So he was saying ethnic something in Norway. I'm sorry.
Group for the first time when this year's census is collected in March.
The latest census suggests white British born are now in a minority.
Census Bureau says whites will be a minority.
Californians know a thing or two about demographic change.
I mean, do you think this is important to Satan for some reason? It's like the white race is being totally targeted in all of the places that it was normally, like the one guy said, the parent culture. America, Europe. Why is it that those areas are being so targeted through so many different ways, through all of the letting all of the illegal aliens come in, whether it's in America or now we're seeing it in Europe, and all the Muslims and these types of people? Why is it so important to the New World Order that happens? That's the question, because it's unmistakably happening.
70% of all state school pupils in Los Angeles are Hispanic.
And how many of those are illegal aliens? Attending public school, being rewarded for being here illegally.
First time in American history, non-whites will make up half or more of the next generation, according to a new study by the Pew Research Center.
The latest census suggests that white Brits are now in a minority in London.
And the fact that we are going to become a minority in our own country before 2050, well before 2050 for the younger people.
When the parent culture kind of dissipates, you're left thinking, well, what's going on?
We British are being turned into strangers in our own land, and we were never asked whether we even wanted it.
About immigration within the United Kingdom, what are your feelings upon that?
Well, I think it's always been a very open policy, which I think is very admirable of you. But I think at some point there had to be limits to that. But Americans shouldn't be advising you on what those limits are. But at some point, I think you do have to limit that immigration because it's a small island, and ultimately, because I think you're losing your own culture.
They're just interviewing people off the street here about what they think about the immigration in Britain.
Madam, immigration, a good or bad thing?
I don't know what to say about that. I don't think it's a good thing.
I don't think it's a good thing. Here we're seeing demographics of other parts of the world, and you're showing the few places on the planet that primarily are Caucasian races, okay? And they're vastly outnumbered from a world standpoint. Yet, the world government is making this gigantically concerted effort to make sure that all of these other countries are coming in and imposing, particularly with Islam, their will on these other countries that never asked for any of this, that never voted for it. I mean, if you're here illegally, that's illegal. And this is what they're just openly letting happen now. And you have to ask yourself, why is that? What is the satanic agenda of this? And here you're seeing a visual of this
Isn't it
happening.
strange how, for some reason, all white countries and only white countries have this forced mass immigration from the third world? There has been no vote about this at all. I often hear it said that people should have the right to live wherever they want. But if they think people should live wherever they want, then why do we have forced integration? When the government forces integration of non-whites into white neighborhoods, we see the phenomenon of white flight.
And they're showing this happening on a visual.
And I know a good many people who have moved, and I'm still in touch with them.
And they're white?
Oh yes, they're all, white British, yes.
I want to live cheek by jowl with them and slowly but surely find that I'm the only person left in an area where everybody else has moved away from, and that's what's going on.
All the traditional communities are outnumbered completely by newcomers, and the newcomers keep on and on rolling in. It has a very alienating effect.
When white people live together in their own communities, those communities are then deemed too white. Millions of dollars are spent to make sure that these areas become more diverse.
Millions of dollars. Why would they spend one dime on such a thing as this? Because Satan knows best and he's going to force integrate? I don't understand that concept. But it's very important for some reason that this happens.
If everyone had freedom of association, then how could an area be too white? This seems like a huge contradiction. To say, yes, people have the right to live wherever they want, but why do we have forced integration?
Uncle Sam wants to help you diversify your neighborhood, whether you like it or not. Tonight.
Whether you like it or not. Can you imagine if we went into Africa and said, you know what, we're going to put a whole bunch of white people right smack dab in the middle of your village, whether you like it or not. Or we went to the Middle East and did that in a Muslim enclave. Now, granted, they would probably just kill all the white people. True. Let's just say if we're talking demographically. You would never ever think about doing that in another country. But in these countries that are predominantly white, it happens all day long. The government's spending millions of dollars to do it, and we're not supposed to question it, and we have no right to even protest it in any way, shape, or form. And if we do, we're a racist.
Correspondent Doug McElway tells us about a new interactive effort that some people say is a huge overreach.
It's called Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing. It will require the feds to gather data on segregation in every single American neighborhood and remedy it. In every single American neighborhood and
remedy it. Remedy segregation. What? Why would you spend one dime on this of taxpayer money on such a thing as this?
Whether you like it or not.
When white people move to new neighborhoods, we see the process start again. The government forces integration.
In every single American...
Because those neighborhoods are too white. So they have to be reintegrated, and then you're going to have the concept of white flight out of that neighborhood. And it's being forced upon white. It's not being forced upon any other race. Only whites.
American neighborhood and remedy it.
And whites flee.
Why would they flee? Do you think it might be because they feel threatened? maybe the crime rate starts to go up. And you're a racist. Whatever. I'm telling you what happens when this happens in America. And it happens every single time. Okay? They don't feel comfortable anymore. They feel threatened. I can't say that, though, because I'm a white man and obviously a racist for even thinking such a thought, even though it's a statistical fact.
First, they import millions and millions and gazillions of non-whites into otherwise all-white living spaces without a vote, without a discussion. Any discussion is met with what? It's met with psychological, you're racist, you're Nazi. You know, only whites can be racist. All whites are racist forever, so on and so forth. And then, of course, they force integrate, they force assimilate. And while they're doing that, they basically, everything's multiracial, multicultural, multiracial, interracial relationships. They do this in white countries and only white countries, and they tell us about our inevitable brown future.
It's important to remember that our country is stronger because of our diversity.
Strive to bring the benefits of diversity to our students, to our school, to higher education, to the state of Texas, and to the nation as a whole.
Now, diversity.
So it's really important that if we get a more diverse profile of counsellors...
Why? Why is it more important? Why is that? I just, you know, it's just this obvious satanic agenda that is obviously behind this. And that's all I need to know it's evil. Because if the New World Order is behind it, if Obama administration is behind it, if it's important to the United Nations, and it is evil.
Community so it's really important.
There can be no ethnically pure state in Europe. We have a whole program of diversity, which...
No ethnically pure nation in Europe. None. There can be none. Why? Who says? Satan? Because this is a satanic agenda. Obviously it is. Look at who is behind this. So whether that would offend somebody or not, look at who is behind it. That's undeniable. Satan is firmly behind this.
Was aimed entirely at chasing down white people. So we have white flight, assimilation, that diversity means that all whites must be chased down.
All whites must be chased down until they're assimilated or whatever. This is what they're openly saying. Only the whites, though. No other race is targeted. Isn't that weird?
All whites must be chased down, which is what the word diversity means. Huh. Well, diversity means that...
Then this guy has a sign. It says, why is diversity only imposed on white nations?
Whites can't escape.
Whites can't escape. That's what they want.
Yeah. And as you say in the article, white flight is declared as racism.
Yeah. It is considered...
Yeah, you move out of those areas that they're force integrating. You exercising white flight as a white person makes you obviously a racist. I just think they should start killing us. I mean, why not? Just kill us right there. Because we're racist. And we are the bane of all existence, obviously, and we have no right to live. We have forfeited our right to live through white flight or through any type of whatever. So, I mean, come on, let's be reasonable.
It is what diversity is meant to reverse. Chase down. Those two words are critical. Chase down white people.
You notice I keep mentioning chase down. It kind of sounds like they want our mentality as white people, for those that are, to be like that of a caged animal. Because increasingly, doesn't that kind of feel like what they're trying to impose, particularly on the white races? To make you feel like you're a caged animal. And they're doing it obviously on purpose. And they're openly admitting they're doing it on purpose. And the most wicked satanic factions of world government are firmly behind this. That's not my imagination.
That explains the situation.
Uncle Sam wants to help you diversify your neighborhood, whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not.
So it's really important.
This is showing animations of what this looks like from an animation standpoint of forced white integration, forced integration of white communities, so you can have a visual. So you might want to watch this because there's kind of a lot you're missing with just hearing the audio.
Whites must be chased down, which is what the word diversity means.
It's going to be totally different. Most of the population will be non-white, maybe in 25 years.
Well, yeah, and it's not like we were discussing out in the office today. It's not just about immigration. It's also about intermarrying.
This is why they'll never send the illegal aliens back, because this is all part of their agenda with the illegal aliens. They want to create a gigantic enclave of all of these basically like third world country, whether it's Mexico, Central America, whether it's the African nations, whether it's the Middle East. They want to create this gigantic, where I guess white people are absolutely just, they're non-existent. It seems to be that would be the ultimate goal, would be the genocide of the white races. Now, again, I have reported on the black genocide. I have reported on that. This is the only time I've ever covered this subject. So you can't act like, well, I'm harping on this every week and this is all I ever talk about. I've never done any time, and this isn't even a dedicated study on it. This is just commingled with an average current event study. But it is something I felt that needed to be addressed, and that is so obvious, and it is getting more increasingly in your face. Every time I turn around, it gets worse. So I just couldn't remain silent on this anymore.
And all of these different phenomenons that are going on in society.
In every single American neighborhood and remedy it.
Wesley Clark is the head of NATO, standing in Europe, said, you know, there's no room for ethically pure states in Europe. He's not talking to Arabs, he's not talking to Turks, he's not talking to Chinese or Africans or Mexicans. He's talking to basically white children in Europe.
Yeah, could you imagine if he made that statement to any other place on the planet? There's no room in your country for an ethically pure nation. There's none. We're going to force integrate you, and you're going to like, it's not happening anyplace else.
So they have to be forced by the government to bring in the third world into all white living spaces.
Chase down white people.
Diversity means chasing down every last white person.
It is what diversity is meant. Chase down. Those two words.
And on top of this actual phenomenon that we can all witness, we have the propaganda.
Every ad I see now has some kind of mixed couple of some sort. I see this.
And again, and I'm just going to be flat out honest here. It's typically, like in this ad, a blonde-haired, couldn't be any more white woman, attractive with a black man. Okay, now I've been seeing this and having this stuff shoved down my throat now for I don't even know how long. But again, as a white man, I have no right to say anything about that because I'm a racist if I even think that thought. Yet, it's so important to Hollywood in particular, and the mass media and the commercials and everything I'm seeing on, and I don't even have a TV, but just what I see on the internet. It's so important for them to shove that concept down my throat constantly. Now, I'm going to be real honest here. I had, when I was in practice, several patients that I had a diversity of patients, okay? And I had, over the years, several white women that ended up with black men. Now, I'm just telling you, from my perspective, every one of those was an unmitigated disaster. Usually what happened is the white woman got pregnant and the black guy left her. Now I'm telling you that's my experience, okay? It's also the experience I see when I look around. Okay, now, I know that labels me as a total racist. I'm sorry I'm citing factual evidence. I'm sorry I'm just telling you my observations in life. Again, as a white person, I have no right to even say that. I'm telling you, though, it's what I've observed with my own eyes. And I'm not talking even from a prejudicial standpoint. I'm telling you from a factual standpoint. And then I see Hollywood going out of their way to constantly portray white women with black men. And then the white men, it's not enough for them to just do that. The white men are portrayed as weak, little, gelded worms, as opposed to the big, bad black guy who is portrayed as the virile man that needs to be, that is the most desired. Okay, this is something that Hollywood and the mainstream media have spent billions of dollars to promote and shove down all of our throats. Now, I know a lot of the black races don't like that either. As far as women, black women, I don't think like the fact that black men are so many of the times portrayed with white women, because I've heard their opinion on this subject as well. Okay, so this isn't something where I would have no people agreeing with me in the black community about, because there's a lot of black people, and I have a lot of them as my listeners that have even emailed me and confirmed that. It's targeting really both races. They're trying to create a race war between the whites and the blacks. I mean, that's obvious that they're trying to do that. They're trying to create all of this hatred between them, and that's obviously part of their agenda, but this is also a gigantic part of their agenda.
Being pushed everywhere. White men are made to look nerdy and stupid. They can't dance and they're so boring, but the non-white men are made to look strong, masculine.
They're showing a picture of one of those stupid, asinine Old Spice commercials where this little white wormy guy is just being basically devoured by this big black muscular guy, and this goes on all the time. It's like every time I turn around, there's something else I see, and like I said, I don't even have a TV, and I see it. I can only imagine if you had a TV and you're watching it all the time, and all the commercials and all of the other things. It's a constant brainwashing thing. So again, when I see an agenda being pushed by wicked evil Hollywood or the mass media, and I see how much effort they're putting behind it, I know that agenda is evil. Okay, so I'm going to expose it, regardless if I'm labeled a racist or not.
It is no longer a good thing to have white children. They are considered boring and undiverse.
Here's a commercial where you've got the white woman with the black man, and they have their little girl, and that is being portrayed. I mean, obviously, well, I mean, that's all part of the agenda that I just talked about. That is also being portrayed incessantly within Hollywood. So again, you have to look at who's putting the money behind this. Why is this so important that it seems like the white race be extincted, which is really the ultimate goal here. Forced integration, chase down the white people, force integration to the point of intermarriage. Why is it so important to these satanic factions that this happens? Because it is 100% truth that this agenda is happening. We could sit here and act like it's not happening, or I'm not going to say anything. I never even covered this before because I'm like, oh, I know I'll be labeled a racist. I don't care anymore. I don't. Whatever. Label me a racist. Great. This is truth, is what I'm dealing with here. This isn't my imagination. This is going on.
Propaganda, which is massively anti-white. We have weaponized words. Anyone that talks about any of these topics is always called one particular word. And can you guess what that word is?
Obviously.
Our word.
Racist.
Anytime you have propaganda and weaponized words especially, words that are supposed to set off triggers to shut you down, to keep you shut up, and we have phenomenon, we're no longer in the realm of propaganda. If you have propaganda backed up by phenomenon, we're now into warfare, psychological warfare.
Yep.
And psychological warfare...
This is what this is. This is psychological warfare. Okay? All predetermined psychological warfare
is always reduced down to, you're either with us or against us. You have to have something to say when people are calling you a name, especially in a mean, malicious way. And the word racist is used as a weapon all over Western civilization. It's used to stigmatize. It's used basically to silence any opposition.
Anytime I've ever engaged in where people are attacking me, former listeners, about this, it's always I'm a racist. That's always their default position. It's like, okay, it doesn't matter if I'm just pointing out facts. I'm sure that if it was happening to your race, you wouldn't mind that at all. But I need to just sit down as a white person and shut my mouth and never talk about it. And if I do, I'm a racist. But you, on the other hand, would never, ever, ever take that if it was being done to your race. The hypocrisy knows no bounds.
And what you want to do is not be silent. So when someone calls you a racist, you just say, you're just saying it because I'm white. Anti-racism is a code word for anti-white. So when called a racist, you want to respond accordingly. You're just saying it because I'm white. Anti-racism is just a code word for anti-white. Racism only applies to white people's homes, white people's churches, white countries. It doesn't apply to anyone else. They're not trying to yell racism anywhere else. Racism is an anti-white hate slur.
That was what I was just told in that last exchange I had that I read online with one of my listeners. They can't be racist. Blacks can't be. In that case, it was black. I mean, you could be engaging a Hispanic. And again, I have a lot of black listeners who I have a wonderful relationship, and I'm not, this teaching isn't for them, okay? But I can't not talk about this at the same time. I can't just be silent about this because I'm afraid I'm going to offend one demographic or another, And again, I have reported on the black genocide on multi-levels many times and never said one word about white genocide. This is the first time I've ever done a teaching on this. So please understand the context there.
It's really what it is. And the phenomenon in Western civilization is massive amounts of immigration. You can't debate it. You can't even talk about it. Or you're a Nazi. We've all heard the words before. So we have forced immigration, forced integration, forced assimilation, and then they tell us go about our inevitable brown future. They're doing this in white countries and only white countries.
Well, and with that inevitable brown future, what they're implying there is white women, or mostly it's white women marrying, well, if they even marry them, because most of the time I'm sorry, but from what I've seen, they're having their children out of wedlock, and I'm sorry, but that's what I have observed over and over and over. Typically, if I see, and I'm just being real honest today, this is just unvarnished. If I see a white woman out in public and she has a mixed, baby, normally I never see the husband. I never see the black father. That is typically an aberration. It's rare that I see that. Now, I'm a racist for saying that. I realize that. But I'm telling you that is what I've observed with my own eyes over and over and over again. Okay? But again, I can't say that because I'm white. There are certain subjects that are off limits for white people to ever talk about. And you know what? I'm talking about a lot of them today. But I guess I need to make a huge apology for even broaching that subject, even though it is a statistical fact.
China's still going to be Chinese 50 years from now. Africa's still going to be Africa. Saudi Arabia is still going to be full of Arabs. But we're all supposed to be blended.
And again, look at the agenda. Who's behind this? Is it God? Is it the Lord Jesus Christ that's behind this agenda to force integrate? Is it? Because all I see is wicked factions behind this movement. So obviously I'm going to question whatever fruit they're trying to produce, of that. It seems very, very obvious that this is some type of satanic agenda being implemented here.
Quel est l'objectif?
What is the goal?
Ça va faire parler.
The goal is going to be controversial. The goal is to meet the challenge.
Le défi du métissage.
This is this, I believe, Sarkozy, this devil, fork-tongued devil from the pit of hell. He says the goal is racial interbreeding. Now, this is a president of a country saying this, addressing some type of, I don't know where he's at, but it looks very formal. He says the goal is racial interbreeding.
Défi du métissage.
The challenge of racial interbreeding
que nous adresse
that faces the 21st century,
ce n'est pas un choix.
it's not a choice, it's an obligation. Racial interbreeding is what he's saying is not a choice, it is an obligation. So in other words, you whites out there, it's not a choice for you not to racial interbreed. It is an obligation. And if you don't do it, what is implied? You're a racist.
C'est une obligation.
It's imperative, what he says. Why is it so important to this demon-possessed vessel of Satan? Okay? Just one more cog in the coming New World Order, the one world government. Why is it so important for this devil to actually come out with the audacity to say that it's an obligation? It's not optional. It's not a choice. Then he goes on to say we cannot do otherwise. Racial interbreeding is the goal. And it's not just blacks with white women, because particularly that's where they target, at least in America. It's the Muslims coming in and raping, or whatever white women might want to convert to that, raping them and interbreeding with them. And we're going to see that they come right out in where they interview these demon-possessed Muslims, and that's exactly what they say. They're told, one of the things that they're told before they get to Sweden is that these blonde-haired, blue-eyed women need real men. And we're sending you to breed with them and basically rape them so that they can have your babies and so that we can create a bigger Muslim race. And they're infidels, so they don't have any right to resist. So that's another angle that this is happening from. We risk finding ourselves confronted with major problems. We must change, therefore. We will change.
They would like us to believe
we are going to change, meaning we are going to have racial interbreeding. This is why they're opening up the borders. Whether the woman goes with, and I'm sorry, but it seems to be they're targeting white women, whether that white woman chooses to willingly marry a Muslim or whether she's raped, that's of no concern to Satan. But evidently, it is incredibly important for that dynamic to happen from a satanic agenda standpoint. And this is absolutely 100% undeniable.
Oh, yes. This is all, I mean, this isn't happening in a vacuum, by the way. Nicolas Sarkozy, now he was the head of France. He's the big deal in France. This guy's top of the league in France. Talking about forcing miscegenation. It's targeted towards children. So this isn't happening in a vacuum. And you can listen to exactly what he's saying.
The goal is to meet the challenge of racial interbreeding. The challenge of racial interbreeding that faces us in the 21st century.
He's saying that the current rates of intermixing, miscegenation is a translation, are too low. They're going to have to do something to force it.
It's not a choice, it's an obligation. It's imperative.
There's more than a few human rights violations in that speech, and this goes to the heart of the plan. If you look at the anti-white proposition, there can be no all-white countries anywhere, and there can be no all-white areas in the formerly all-white countries. This is the anti-white proposition. It doesn't matter if you go to France, it doesn't matter if you go to Germany, it doesn't matter if you go to America. You know, you've got all of these countries trying to make themselves non-white without a debate. Well, actually, any debate is met with what? You're a racist, you're a neo-Nazi, you're a white supremacist. It's always the same thing. And this is happening, of course, in every white country, all white countries. No one's exempt from this stuff. And of course, it just doesn't happen that way. It doesn't accidentally occur. Psychological warfare means war. It means there's planning. It doesn't happen by accident. You can't have something like that without a plan. There has to be an agenda. You're not going to accidentally try to make China non-Chinese.
Exactly. It's very important to them.
So let's break this down again. You have forced mass non-white immigration into white countries, and only white countries. Upon this, we have the government forcing integration to all white living spaces within the country, and then they promote miscegenation all day and all night while demonizing everything that is traditional or white. It's genocide.
You can't have something like that without a plan. There has to be an agenda.
It's genocide. It's the white genocide. It's getting rid of the white race. This is very important to Satan to do.
You're not going to accidentally try to make China non-Chinese.
When the parent culture kind of dissipates, you're left thinking, well, what's going on?
Genocide. Yeah. It's one of the largest psychological operation schemes in the history. It'll be studied for hundreds, if not thousands of years. It's the largest psychological operation scheme ever. You know, the largest phenomenon of immigration, forced integration, forced assimilation, and the inevitable brown future for white countries and only white countries, matched with, you know, the phenomenon of the open borders and everything else, matched with massive anti-white propaganda, programming and propaganda. And the two together combine to make an operations. Operation is phenomenon backed by propaganda. I mean, it's something we can readily observe.
And the task is to bring this minority together in such a way that it makes it impossible for the legacy of whiteness to continue to reproduce itself. The task is to bring this minority together in such a way that it makes it
This is a professor at University of Massachusetts.
impossible for the legacy of whiteness to continue to reproduce.
So he wants his own race wiped out. He's a white guy saying this. It makes it impossible for this race to continue. I don't know why, you know, other than he must be just a typical college, liberal, trendy, devil professor that is just brainwashing his students, which is what they like to hire at the standard universities in America.
It produces.
They're silly and it's a genocidal scam. You know, most people watching this is going to include, well, this diversity stuff is just a genocidal scam.
The anti-white narrative and just the outright hostility towards whites in America and really all across the world is just so blatantly in your face.
They keep saying that this is to meet some kind of diversity quota, but I don't see them enforcing this diversity agenda in, say, Japan or Africa.
Japan won't even let Muslims in.
It was a black immigrant came in and said, "It's too white here." And then
Yeah. Well, imagine if you were to go into China and say, you know, it's too Chinese.
Oh, of course.
It seems to be like diversity just means less white people.
Absolutely. It's exactly what it means.
I know we're going to get people writing in saying that genocide is typically a violent crime. No, it's not. If you look at the 1948 Act,
The UN definition of genocide is A. Killing members of the group. B. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. E. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group.
And deliberately inflicting on that group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Now, go to any city centre which is inundated with the third world. You will not see any white people in Tower Hamlets. You won't see white people in all parts of Luton, parts of Leicester, all across the country, because they have been driven out. They have lost their right to exist as a culture and a race in their own country.
The peoples of Britain and Europe have lost their place in the world. I think it is right for people to have a place they call home, an identity that they're proud of. I think it for all people around the world, and I think it for the people of this country. And I hope tonight you can vote to say you think that too.
Okay, that's it, and I'm totally out of time for this part, so we will go to part 3 next. We'd like to welcome you back to part 3 of our current event and weekly Bible study for November 29th, 2015. Continuing on with this theme, the next video, about a 4-minute video clip, is entitled "Diversity is a Code Word for White Genocide." Okay, now we've already proven that in the last, but I'm just going to keep re-emphasizing this from different angles, to further show you why I felt this study was necessary.
Diversity is a code word for white genocide, and those who claim an anti-racist position actually have a bigoted anti-white agenda.
Africa for the Africans, Asia for the Asians, white countries for everybody.
Children from white families in Birmingham are set to become...
Now, I wouldn't just say black countries for everybody, because not all the Muslims are blacks. Okay, so I'm not going to go say that. I think that's going too far. But, I mean, obviously, the majority of Muslims coming in from the countries that are invading Europe, yes, there are some black Muslims coming from Africa. I don't think that's the majority from the demographics I've seen, though. But the effect is still the same, and that is targeted white genocide.
A minority group for the first time when this year's census is collected in March.
This week, BBC London is looking at the changing face of London and what it means for the capital.
Minorities now seem to be surpassing white folks in births. And the forecast is that white folks are on track to becoming, and I hate to say this, the minority in America.
That I term to be genocide. And I'm backed up again by the United Nations definition on genocide, which quite specifically says, in the present convention, genocide means any of the acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethical, racial, or religious group, and deliberately inflicting on that group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction, in whole or in part. To be genocide, because they have been driven out. They have lost their right to exist as a culture and a race in their own country. Genocide.
If multiculturalism is something people really want, then why do we have white flight?
I would like to make a point to...
She said if multiculturalism is what they really want, then why do we have white flight?
Mr. Murray, was that the people of Europe have the right to protect their identity and that their politicians should respect that right. And I would like to ask you why you feel that the presence of 1 or 2 or 1,000 people with a different identity within a society threatens the identity of the people who were in the society originally. Whether you believe that is a legitimate concern or a primal fear, that's my question.
The gentleman here said, why are you threatened by 1 or 2 people? I'm not threatened by 1 or 2 people. Nobody is threatened by 1 or 2 people. The figures I gave you showed we're not talking about 1 or 2 people. The figure I gave you at the very beginning was that people who identify as white British citizens are now a minority in their capital cities. So we're not talking about 1 or 2 people, and it is very disingenuous to pretend that I was.
They say you shouldn't judge people based on the colour of their skin. So why then, at the same time, do they blame white people for all the evil things in the world?
Most of the countries of the Third World were exploited from us. So now we cannot say that we don't...
So she's, I guess, a white girl saying that most of the countries in the Third World were exploited by us, so...
accept them because most of their riches and their wealth were taken from us.
So now they have a right to come here and invade because we took most of their riches and wealth. So white society as a whole needs to be blamed. This is a white person saying this.
Douglas Murray, your response particularly to that challenge to you.
You say colonialism. I'd like to ask you a question. How long do former colonial countries have to be punished for them? How long do we have to have our identity erased for? Is there any end limit to it in your eyes, or is it only at the point of complete negation? And finally, why...
In other words, complete negation, complete destruction of the white race. How long do we have to be punished? You know, how long for all of our ancestral, whether it's even true or not in a given situation, how long does that punishment have to last? And who decides how long the punishment lasts against the white race?
Why is it that it's only European former colonialist countries? One of the largest and most significant and longest colonial powers in history was the Turkish Empire. Do we do this to Turkey?
No.
Do we say to Turkey, you must have your identity erased as well as punishment for the past? Almost every single people in the world at some point has done something historically they could be punished for. But why, I wonder, is it that it is Europeans that we are always being heard, being offered that choice?
Dr. Smurray, thank you. Before we go to Mr. Faridis,
So again, it's selective outrage. It's this pre-programming that the New World Order has basically given to the whole world to essentially demonize the white race. Muslims, you know, at a core level, hate them like they hate the Jews. Okay, they are told infiltrate. You know, do what they're doing now in Europe, and you know, so many of these other cultures, the white race is absolutely demonized and blamed for all of their ills, and therefore this just gives them more fuel to the fire to do whatever they're doing, and they feel justified in doing it. So, you know, just one more angle and aspect of this. Now, next report is entitled, there was a study, mixed race people have identity problems and have the greatest risk of suffering from mental health problems. So when you look at the fruit of an agenda, okay, is the fruit positive? Is it yielding good fruit? Are we seeing, you know, wonderful contributions? Or are we seeing, what type of fruit is this, whatever you're analyzing, producing? Well, a British report has found that the mixed race people have the greatest risk of suffering from mental health problems. In many cases because they're unhappy being mixed, instead preferring to associate with one of their parents' races. Many black and white mixed race people prefer to call themselves black. For example, Barack Obama, in finding it depressing to consider themselves mixed. The report called Mixed Experiences, Growing Up Mixed Race, Mental Health and Well-Being collected information from many different studies, along with interviews from mixed race people talking about their experiences as children. Co-author Dinah Morley was said that there was a lack of understanding over what it means to be mixed race. She said, quote, "I was surprised at how much racism from black and white people had come their way," Morley said. "A lot of children were seen as black when they might be being raised by a single white parent and had no understanding of the black culture. The default position for the child of a mixed race is that they are black," meaning this is typically a black man with a white woman. Okay. Morley said that the most occurring experience was that they were too white to be black and too black to be white. Anti-whites are not concerned with the mental health of white people or even non-white people. All anti-whites are caring about is the idea of getting rid of race. Only in white countries this idea of theirs is forced and amounts to a genocide against the white people. That's a fact. That's what's going on. They're spending billions of dollars to accomplish this. And again, look who is behind it. Are their intentions pure? Do they really want diversity to be, because it's going to, the end game, the end result is going to be such a wonderful utopian world where there will be no more races. All races will be evidently dissolved, and it'll just be a commingling of all the races in one, because they know that that's going to lead to, no, we're going into the end times. We're going into the times of the tribulation that the Bible talks about. We're going into the most wicked time the world's ever known, and evidently this is part of their agenda in order to bring that about, because look at who's behind it and how much effort is being put forth to this. I mean, all of the recent reports I've done basically with Muslims invading Europe, with Muslims invading this country, with letting the illegal aliens in and dissolving the borders. Look at all the major news stories. They all have a component of this, a huge component of this. So going further, it says that genocide does not have to be violent. On the contrary, genocide is basically defined as purposely getting rid of a group. So when predominantly white countries are forced to have their borders open to a massive non-white third world immigration, despite public disapproval, it is still shoved down their throats. Millions of non-whites are needed to pour into white countries because now white people can be mixed out of existence. Oh no, because how can white people be mixed out of existence otherwise? How are they going to be annihilated as a race? Well, obviously this is how you do it, but you can't talk about that if you're white, because if you do, you're a racist. Yeah, well, I'm about the most unpolitically correct person on the planet. Next report, black pastor speaks the truth about white genocide. Now, I don't agree with everything with Pastor Manning, but he makes a good
Now, I
point.
understand that there was a tape that Michelle, the fist bump Obama, made some statements about kill Whitey going back to her college days. We've not been able to get it. I'm willing to be able to be a facilitator of it if anybody wants to present it. However,
So, Michelle, kill Whitey was part of the rhetoric that he was heard saying growing up.
Americans, let me help you understand something. What we see going on in our...
I mean, look at the disdain both Michael and Barack have for the white races. Look at all of the ways that they've operated, all of the legislations that have been enacted, all of the opening up of the borders, the bringing in the Muslims, the absolute total race baiting, and all of the things they've tried to do to stoke the fires of race wars and the demonization of pro-life. And you can be pro-life and be black, okay, but I'm just saying from a demographic standpoint, they have absolutely done everything they can do to basically demonize the white races to a large extent. I mean, you look at what Obama's fruit has been. There's been a lot of that in his agendas that he has implemented, you know, and to try to ultimately create a civil war between the black and white races and the Hispanic races coming in, to create this you know, divide and conquer type of United States that they envision.
The nation right now is get the white man. Get him. He's got money. He's got power. He's got the military. He's got position. He's got it. He's never been discriminated against. The white male does not know what it is to be discriminated against. So Obama, and what you see in Sonia Sotomayor in her statement, wise Latino woman can make a better decision with respect to empathy and also experience than a white male, is exactly what's going on in the hearts of the NAACP, what's going on in the hearts of the Puerto Rican Legal Defense Fund, what's going on in Barack Hussein, the long-legged Mac Daddy, all of his policies, and sadly what's going on in the hearts of many Jewish people like Tim Geithner, like Rahm Emanuel, David Axelrod, George Soros, and a whole lot of other Jews, that hate being Jews. They want to get the white man.
There's definitely a huge Zionistic high-level Jewish component to this as well. They're the ones putting a ton of the money behind this. And I'm not demonizing the whole Jewish race. I'm demonizing the Kabbalistic, meaning the highest form of Jewish witchcraft, Illuminati component of this, which they've put billions of dollars to annihilate the white race. There's no, now, and again, that's not your average everyday Jew. I'm talking about the ones at the top of the food chain. I'm talking about the ones that Jesus Christ said that they are not real Jews, but they are of the synagogue of Satan. In Revelation, I believe 3 or 2, around there. So, yeah, that's who we're in reference to. They're the ones putting a ton of money behind this to create this. Now, remember, this is a black pastor saying this. So he's confirming what I've just said.
Now here, the white man...
Or actually not what I've said, but what the documentaries, what the information is clearly indicating that I have just presented before you in the first couple parts of this teaching.
Has never been discriminated against in terms of discrimination. He has never been colonized in that real sense like other nations. He has always been dominant. He's always been in power. And at present, he has more power now than he's ever had. So what affirmative action essentially is about, the story behind all of this immediate stuff that comes up, such as the NAACP presentation or the affirmative action or the Puerto Rican Legal Defense Fund, or what the immediate statement represented by Sybil Sotomayor, y'all call her Sonia Sotomayor, is get the white man. We got to get him. And what Obama is seeking to do with his policies, with his implementation of taxation upon people, is to get the white man. And that's what a battle is. That's what it's all about. Now listen, I'm not an Uncle Tom, and I don't want you to think that somehow or another I'm taking sides with the white male who's in power against the black male who doesn't have any power. I'm not an Uncle Tom. I just want to deal with the truth. This matter that we're looking at with the white males being in power for the last 2,000 years, and the white male does not know discrimination, never been discriminated against in that regard. Now notice I didn't say the white woman, but the white male. I'm not an Uncle Tom in the regard that you might now try to conclude that I am leveling a defense for the white male against what has been the advent of slavery in America, the advent of Jim Crow, the advent of segregation, the advent of discrimination. Let me tell you what a real Uncle Tom is. The true Uncle Tom, in definition beyond Harry Beecher Stowe, the true Uncle Tom of today, modern vernacular Uncle Tom, today's nomenclature of the Uncle Tom is this, is the black man who gets enough money to try to be white. So therefore, when he gets money enough to move out of the hood, he moves into the white neighborhood, he lives the white life, sends his children to the white school. He's the Uncle Tom. That's the true Uncle Tom that has always been, I suppose, spoken of in the community. I live in Harlem. I've lived there for 29 years. I've got the money to move out of this community, but I don't move out of this community because I'm not trying to avoid my blackness and move in a white neighborhood and be white. The true Uncle Tom, next time some black man tells you he's living in a white neighborhood, then call him Uncle Tom, because that's exactly what it is. And call his wife Aunt Jemima, because that's exactly what he is. And call his children misfits. That's the Uncle Tom. Now having...
See, I wouldn't say this, but I couldn't get away saying, he's saying it, okay? Are you going to say he's biased, that he's a racist? This is a black pastor saying this, okay? So I'm just saying, you know, I think he's laying it out.
Said that. Having said that, I just want to speak on behalf of God. I'm not favoring, I'm not suggesting that the white male, he's never been discriminated against. He's never known a time when his brother or father was not in power. The white male over the last 2,000 years, never been colonized, never been treated as such as any other minority. I'm not here necessarily defending him. I'm simply speaking, this matter cannot be taken up in the Supreme Courts of this land or any other land. This matter must go directly to God. And by the way, only God can solve this. And if there's something wrong, you need to take it to God, because God's the one that gives power to live, and God's the one that gives power to lay down and die. You got to take it to the throne of God, not to the Supreme Court where Sybil Sotomayor wants to take it, and where the long-legged Mac Daddy thinks he can gain some leverage, or with the businesses of America. We're gonna
Long-legged Mac Daddy's Obama is who he's in reference to.
Boycott GM. In fact, the boycott on GM is on right now. However, this is not just a national problem. That is to say that there's discrimination against blacks, discrimination against Latinos here in America with respect to get the white man, get the white male, get him. In a sense, he does not understand discrimination. He does not understand an underprivileged life. So get him with the laws, with the courts, and any way you can get the white male, get him.
Remember what we were talking about in the last thing, where they were talking about that they were quoting these guys, and most of them were white, and they were like, we need to basically like hunt down every single white person. None of them can be spared. We need to pursue them from pillar to post, essentially, and force this diversity, this integration, our agenda, our satanic agenda that is inspired by Satan on them, whether they like it or not. He's confirming this as a black pastor who lives in a black neighborhood. Are you gonna, is he racist? He's just stating facts, which is what I have been doing.
And Obama is the chief general in destroying the white man's legacy and taking his power from him. But not only is this a national issue, this is an international issue. What you see, international issue, what you see going on with the Islamics, the jihadists, the Hezbollahs, the Hamas, the Ahmadinejad, the Hugo Chavez's, what you see going on an international scale is an international attempt to get the white male. Get him. See, the Islamics don't have any problem with black people, Latino people. They just want to get the white male. They really don't have a real problem with America. They want to get the white male. The Islamists do.
And this was recorded April 23rd, 2014, or at least that's when they published it. Okay? This is well before this mass integration just started happening going into Europe. That's only been in the last, 3-4 months? Started in summer with, I believe, Germany. He's saying that they were after the white male, the Islamics, the jihadists and all that, and now look what's happening. What he is saying is absolutely, totally coming to pass. Over a year later, after, or this is a year before that even started happening. In mass, at least. It was happening to a certain extent before that, but now it's happening in mass. And what he said is absolutely coming to pass. It's like predictive. He predicted it perfectly.
It's the white male. He's been in power for over 2,000 years, nearly 2,500 years. The white male has been in power unbroken. He has had no discrimination against him. Now again, my read of this and what I see black people doing, Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, get the white male. Barack Hussein Obama, who has taken it to a new level, get the white male. There's never been the amount of power against destroying the white male, his money, his home, his culture, his military, as Obama. Nobody's ever taken it to that level.
And I mean, what Obama's done, and again, this was way over a year ago. This was recorded. This is almost like a year and a half ago. Think of the situation that the white male is in now compared to a year and a half ago when he recorded this. The ramping up of the agenda, particularly against the white race, the white genocide. So, I mean, I don't see how anybody could really, if they looked at this analytically, if they looked at the facts, how they could really say, oh, this is non-existent, this problem doesn't exist, and this is just not even, No, it's real. It's as real as it gets.
The only other person is Osama bin Laden, who's taken it to the level that Barack Hussein Obama had. But the whole idea behind these people is get Whitey, get him, get Whitey. Now here, my read of this does not simply stop with those who promote Get Whitey, or Whitey who promotes defend himself in whatever way he possibly can. I'm not defending either one. I'm not on either one of those sides. I'm not on the black folks side. I'm not on the white folks side. I'm on God's side. And that needs to be clear. If you're going to try to understand where I'm coming from, I'm on God's side. And I'm looking up and saying, hey, listen, if God wanted to be able to change the circumstances of Nigeria and make it like New York City, make it the international finance capital, the theater capital, the entertainment capital, the merchandise and retailing capital, the greatest melting pot on the planet. If God wanted Lagos, Nigeria to be that way, then God can do it. Obviously, he hasn't done it. And I don't know anybody who's running around saying that God wants Nigeria to be like New York City and wants New York City to be like Nigeria. So in that regard, if you want to get Whitey, don't bother the white man, You need to go after God. You need to talk to the Lord. That's my thing. That's my thing. And if the white man has great power, then hey, black man, why don't you stop fighting with these NAACP, these racist urban league, stop following these Jesse Jackson, these charlatans, Al Sharpton, and this long-legged Mac Daddy, this emissary of the devil, this liar, this world's most notorious, this no criminal has ever been as big a criminal as Barack Hussein Obama on this planet. Stop following him and get down on your knees and talk to the Lord. That's all I'm saying. All I'll ever say. After that, I'm going to have lunch. I'm saying, don't get whitey, but go to God. Talk to the Lord. Ask Almighty God, how can we be a better global people? How can we be a better people without black, Latinos, Islamic people waging war against a man who obviously, God, you have blessed over the last 2,500 years. God blessed the white man. I can tell you, I can prove it, because the black man won't live out with the white man. That's why I know. God blessed him. If the white man's community, if the white man was the devil, like they say in the Nation of Islam, black Muslim, if the white man was the devil, then his neighborhood would be hell. And black folk wouldn't want to be moving to hell. Nobody wants to live in hell. All black people who got money and those who don't have money want to live in the white neighborhood. Well, if the white man was the devil, then Louis Farrakhan wouldn't be living in the white neighborhood where he lives now.
What a stinking, hypocritical devil, Louis Farrakhan, calling for, the mass death of white men everywhere. And again, yeah, flashback. Farrakhan, blacks must rise up and kill whites. Calls for 10,000 black Muslim men to retaliate and kill whitey, essentially. But that's fine. That's okay to say that all day long. I'm not calling for any of that. I'm not calling that white people rise up and kill blacks or kill anybody. I'm just simply pointing out the facts. But I know I would be demonized, by a large sect of the population for even bringing this up. But when literal genocide is occurring against the white race, I need to shut my mouth. I can't say anything. And I'm not even calling for any of that against the black races. But truth is truth, and he's pointing that out. And so let's finish up here.
You get what I'm saying? So it's a ball of confusion. None of these leaders know what they're talking about, including the long-legged Mac Daddy, and he's not going to succeed. And the number one reason why he's not going to succeed is James David Manning. That's why he's not going to succeed. Because I just laid enough truth on you to keep you going for another 10,000 years. That truth I just laid on you. Get whitey. Get the white male.
So, I probably should have played that first as my intro into this whole subject, because he does a better job at laying the groundwork about this subject than I could. Because I'm going to always be accused of having a racist bent. I don't like blacks and all of this other stuff. I've gotten traditionally in my life, I have tended to get along with blacks almost better than whites. When I don't know why, I just really seem to be able to I don't know. I don't know. That's always been something with me where I can typically make friends with black people really, really easy. You know why? Because I'm a racist. Because I hate blacks. That's why. It's all a big act on my part. No, I'm not good at faking stuff. Okay? But, again, this doesn't even have anything to do. This is just pointing out what is truth, what is the agenda, what is the obvious agenda, and who is behind it. And that's all I'm really trying to do today. Okay, and again, here's another clip from Pastor Manning, and I haven't even vetted this clip totally yet, but he just right off the bat, he's bringing up points where he's pointing out the hypocrisy that he sees exists in his own race. Now, I'm not saying there's not any hypocrisy in the white races. I'm not saying the white race is perfect or puritanical or whatever. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just, what the agenda is, though, against them is becoming more by the day, so crystal clear and so obvious what the agenda is that I couldn't really go any further without actually reporting on this particular subject.
You know, black people, African Americans, African black people have routinely and historically made wrong decisions. Please listen to this. I mean, please listen to what I'm saying. When all the black men in America, to the tune of 1.5 million of them, went down to Washington to follow Louis Farrakhan on the Million Man March, they made the decision to go down there to look for an answer to the dilemma of black men and the black suffering that goes on in America and worldwide. 1.5 million men went down there empty, and they came back even more empty and disappointed than when they went down there. When black America rose up and praised the court.
Now, let me say something about that. When they, all of these black men going to follow Farrakhan, what is Farrakhan? He's a black Muslim. What are they? What is Barack Obama? He is a black Muslim, essentially. Or if you want to call him mixed race. What is his agenda? Total destruction of America, but particularly total destruction of the white race, white genocide in America. That seems to be his obvious. Granted, I'm not saying Satan would stop at the white races. I'm not saying he wouldn't ultimately want to destroy everybody. But Obama is absolutely bent on not only shoving Muslim in Islam down our throats collectively as a nation, but also, stoking this big gigantic race war as well. Okay, so you have somebody like Louis Farrakhan, and you have a lot of the black Muslims that get into the prison system that recruit other blacks, and they do it by, a lot of it is the demonization of the white man. We need to. It's his fault we're in prison. They're the ones that have created these laws to lock us up, and it's their fault that we're in poverty and this and that. Okay. And they have all of this hatred, particularly toward the white men. And that's part of the reason they want the white women, is to get back at the white man. And please, I've heard this before out of black people's mouths, out of the blacks that are doing this to the white women. Now, a lot of times the white women are willing participants. Some of them are raped, yes, but a lot of them are willing participants. So I'm not giving them a pass. The white women that would be, I'm just saying. But I've heard it out of their own mouths on many, many occasions. So, what I foresee with Obama wholesale bringing in the most radical elements of Islam, flying them in on UPS planes, busing them in at the borders, bringing them in on boats, proving more and more of these Syrian Muslim terrorists, invaders into this country, and co-combining with the ones that are already here, that already have their terrorist cells set up, and then they go out and they have their black Muslims like Louis Farrakhan uniting. See, most of the people in America that are gun owners, a preponderance of them are white males. Oh, you're racist. Okay, go to a gun show. Go to a gun shop and tell me what you see. Okay, in America. I have many times. It's highly, highly, highly white males. Now, am I a racist for saying that? Whatever. If I'm a racist for saying, I'm telling you what I've seen with my own eyes, okay, when I've went to these things. People that tend to post on these are organizations like Gun Owners of America and Oath Keepers, and that they tend to be predominantly white. So they know there's going to be this race war coming. So what Obama is trying to do is stack the deck. He wants to start a race war. He wants to bring in as many radical Muslims that will yoke up with the black radical Muslims at the appointed time in order to focus in on killing off the white races. And they know the white races are by and large, overall, armed to the teeth. They know it's not going to be that easy. So what Obama's trying to do right now is bring in as many radical factions of Islam, their terroristic elements, and whatever other black Muslims they're recruiting from the African nations, get them over here, yoke them up with the Louis Farrakhan, who's already out there openly recruiting, yoke them up with the ones that are disgruntled in the black races, the ones that have come out of the prison system, the black Muslims they've already created, and then ultimately probably end up partially yoking up with the Hispanics in a concerted effort to wipe the black races out. And then if they were able to pull that off, they would just do something to have the Hispanics go against the blacks so they could wipe each other. I mean, Saint's just what he's wanting to do is kill, steal, and destroy. Okay, but for some reason, the white races seem to be at the apex, at the epicenter of Satan's plans, in order that they have to be eliminated and destroyed first and primarily. We need to target them in everything Obama's doing, with the open borders, with bringing in all these radical devils, with not having Louis Farrakhan locked up after all of the unbelievable statements he's made. You know, if any white preacher said the stuff Louis Farrakhan says, how we need to kill thousands of white men and we need to kill the cops, they'd be jailed. It'd be front page news for the next 5 years. But see, it's this double standard. It's all of this selective outrage. And all of it, you know, so much of it's totally ignored by the mainstream media. You know, oh, that's fine. They can say whatever they want to about, you know, white races. I mean, they need to die, obviously. You know, I'm just telling you, it's what I see. It's this unbelievable, hypocritical, disproportionate ways that they're reacting to these things. And as a white person, yes, it is extremely vexing to see this on a day-to-day, to see all of this injustice and unrighteousness leveled at the white race constantly, never ending, never ceasing. When like the Muslims are getting away with wholesale murder every day, particularly in the Middle East and in third world countries where they're at, killing Christians and beheading them, regardless of what their skin color is. Nothing said about that, hardly. That's fine. That's good. We can arm ISIS. We can create them. We can do all of this other thing. That's fine. So, anyway, let's go further.
System in Los Angeles, California, for acquitting O.J. Simpson, that was a wrong decision. When they did it in the churches, they sang songs and wrote poetry about it and preached sermons about how this man had killed 2 people, and yet the churches praised this man and the system. They were wrong.
I mean, that is so sick. Here, he's basically a mass murderer, O.J. Simpson, and they're singing songs and praising him in the black churches. Could you imagine if there was white churches that were doing that and the media got wind of it? I mean, can you imagine? God abhors unjust scales and balances. And that's essentially what we're talking about today here. An absolute total unjust scale, this totally different standard that is applied to the white race now, this demonization of them, and then there's this other standard that is applied to all of these other races, and particularly Islam, that they can go and do and get away with all manner of wickedness and evil. And that's fine. The world sits silent. The world media, essentially.
They were wrong when they followed Farrakhan. Black people have been wrong about a whole lot of things for a long period of time. In fact, most of the decisions that black people have made as a monolithic group, I mean, listen, if you're trying to make a business decision and you're looking at the pros and cons of whether you can do that job for the amount of money that's being offered, and whether it's, you know, you can run your business on such a budget, and you make a decision that is a bad business decision, you keep making bad business decisions, it's going to cause your business to fail, and you're going to be living in the ghetto or on food stamps if you continue to make bad decisions. Now, if you make good decisions, all your decisions are good decisions, good work habits, good work ethics, good principles about the way you do your job, treat your customers, etc., make good decisions, you're going to have a good and a prosperous business. Now, if you will equate that to the whole black nation about whether they make good decisions or bad decisions, if black people as a whole, monolithically, especially those who say I'm making wrong decisions. I'm saying the wrong thing about blacks because I'm going against the 100% populist thought of black people. If they were making good decisions and had been making good, strong decisions over the last 100 years, they'd be in a better business position that they're in right now. They'd be in better economic standing than they are right now. The black people as a monolithic group would be better off economically. They'd be better off in terms of their social, cultural standing. They'd be stronger. They'd be healthier. They'd be wiser. They'd be more educated if they were making good decisions when they look at the world and decide what they're going to do, who they're going to vote for, how they're going to live, how they're going to believe, how they're going to worship, what they're going to do. They always make the wrong decision. They always, routinely, historically, they've made wrong decisions, black people have. And Obama is the wrong decision, just one more example of a wrong decision by black folk. I'm saying that it's wrong. I'm saying that they need to make a decision to follow Jesus. They need to hear what thus saith the Lord. They need to humble themselves before Almighty God. He's the one that wants to be their king. He's the one that wants to be their president. He's the one that wants to be their leader. And if they will humble themselves and turn from this foolishness that they're presently under, God will hear them and heal their land, and they'll be a blessed people. So anybody who's living the ideas of the monolithic black race, you're in the wrong camp. You're making a wrong decision. And let me just say this as well. You know, youth is a time when most people make some of the worst mistakes of their lives. Young people routinely mess up. And once you reach past 40, 45, you start realizing, hey, what a fool I was in my youth. I'm never going to do those kinds of things ever again. And all these young white people that are also jumping up and down and following behind Obama, in their youth, and they too are making a wrong decision. So all the people that are supporting this long-legged Mac Daddy out of Chicago, this Chicago Slim Pimp, all of them are making the wrong decision. You can take that from Pastor Manning and do with it what you will. Let's go to the Lord in prayer.
Okay, I'm going to play another clip from Pastor Manning. Black people are the most racist people. Okay, this is from him, not from me.
Black people are the most racist people you've ever seen in all your days. If you know a black person, he or she is a hardcore racist. Not a little bit of racist, not a partial racist, sometime part-time. If you know a black person, they are racist. And by racist, I mean they are filled with hatred for God, hatred for the fidelity of his word, and they have no production in humanity. Black people are the most racist people on the entire earth. Nearly 96% of black people voted for Barack Hussein Obama, not because of his character, because they knew he was a baby killer. They knew it. They knew he believed in infanticide. They knew
he was the most, and again, when he says black, I mean, obviously there's exceptions to the rule here. I mean, I'm gonna say that, okay? I'm not demonizing like my black listeners that are, you know, no, this isn't even to them. This information isn't directed at them in any way, shape, or form, okay? This is an agenda. This is a worldwide, honestly, literally satanic agenda that is working through the UN and through a lot of the different major world governments targeting at white people. And so, you know, I just wanted to kind of, you know, throw that in there so to temper that a little bit.
Before they voted for him.
Oh, but what I was going to say is that he's saying that the black people, which voted for him at over a 96% rate, okay, knew that he was a baby killer before they ever voted for him. He was the most pro-abortion senator ever on record, okay? Even up to the point of, I believe, wanting to be able to kill babies outside of the womb. If they were delivered and they were still alive, he still wanted to be able to kill them. Obama did, okay? So the thing is that a lot of these people that call themselves Christians who were black, and I'm sure there were whites too, in their liberal, trendy rights that would have not cared. Of course, they probably might not be going to church, but they were basically, and I know you got your whites that were like, I've been in the Baptist churches and say, you know, you say something about Bush and they would be like, Brother Bush? Like he's a brother. or whatever in Christ, when that couldn't be anything more polar opposite of the truth. Okay, so I'm not giving him or Clinton or any of these other guys a pass either. Okay, but they knew he was a baby killer. Before they still voted him for him over 96%, and a lot of those would be considered church-going people, black church-going people, knowing he wanted to kill babies. And so this is, I think, the hypocrisy he's pointing out here.
They knew he was a Muslim before they were Christians, dolly wearers, tongue talkers, talking in tongues. They knew he was a Muslim. They know that Muslims and Islam stands over against Jesus. The man has a Muslim name. We're not talking about Mahalia Jackson.
See, I mean, these are things why we shouldn't even be having this conversation, because this guy should have never been elected. Now, I understand the voting process can be rigged easily, but there's probably a pretty good chance he really literally did win with the outpouring of people in general that were for him, at least in the first election. I would have actually believed that he actually won that. The second, I don't know. You know, I mean, the way deluded people are in America, I guess I wouldn't pass him if they would have reelected him. But the voting process can be easily rigged.
Son, we're not talking about Dr. King's, Coretta Scott King's son. We're not talking about Shirley Chisholm's son. We're not talking about Nancy Wilson's son. Voted for him anyway because he was black. He's black, Pastor Manny, and we black races have got to stick together.
We black racists have to stick together, so we got to vote for Obama, is what he's essentially saying.
Church mother said to me, because they weren't judging by the character, they were judging because they are racist black people. They are racist. The black presence before God is like the lie before God. You can't tell the difference between Satan's use of a lie on humanity than Satan's use of black racism on humanity. They're both the same.
See, it didn't. What he's basically saying is it didn't matter what this guy stood for, being a Muslim, being a baby butcher, his whole. I mean, if you were from the Chicago area, he was well known in the gay bathhouses in that region, and the trail of dead bodies of his ex-gay lovers, and all of this other stuff, and just his wicked, evil past. That, he wasn't vetted. I mean, probably wasn't even a citizen of this country. I mean, he wasn't even, basically an illegal alien. I mean, you could go on and on and on about this guy. Okay, but none of that would have mattered. None of it did matter if they knew about it. The fact is he was black and they were going to vote for him. That's why he's calling them racist, because they were not judging him by his character, but by the color of his skin.
God sent me here to preach this morning, and I'm going to preach it. Black.
Man, I can't imagine him preaching this in a black church. I can't imagine it going over too well, but I mean, maybe if it was a black church that was really wanting truth and like, give us the unvarnished truth, Pastor, don't hold back about this, but I would imagine he probably rubbed a lot of people the wrong way.
People receive 95%, or if a black society had a GDP, a gross domestic product, whereby they evaluated mathematically, systematically, where all of their income flowed from and all of its derivatives that flowed into the life of black people, you would discover that 95% of the income that flows into black people comes from racism. Affirmative action, food stamps, the Great Society, laws, equal equality laws, all racism. You can say they're good for humanity if you want, but it's racism, is what it is. Bus drivers, racism. These jobs that black people do are given to them because, you remember, Rosa Parks not only could not drive a bus, but she couldn't ride in front of the bus. So little racism have gotten black people bus driver jobs. Post office, go in the post office. You think you'd fallen into a tar pit, it's so black in there. Racism. Racism. And racism not only as a result of how they got the jobs, But racism meaning that's all they qualify to do. They don't have engineering skills. They don't have technical skills. They don't have administrative ability skills. So they have to get a job with security where all they have to do primarily is just kind of show up and keep breathing and they can get a paycheck. Racism.
I'm not saying this. I'm not saying this. He's saying it, okay? That's what his observations are. So, I mean, you know.
Racism. Because they don't have the potential to compete with Japanese in technology. They don't have the potential to compete in other workplaces. Racism. That's where they get their money from. School teachers, same thing. Police officers, same thing. Government workers, same thing. And then all these people get Section 8 housing. Racism again. 95% of the gross domestic product that flows into the life of every black person you know comes as a result. In other words, black people without racism would be dirt poor. If they didn't have racism, they wouldn't have any money. That's how they get their money. Racism is a money tree. Don't you see how rich Al Sharpton is? Don't you see how rich Jesse Jackson is? He's a racist leader. That's where black people get their money from. Racism. Without it, they'd have no money, no skills. But black people have not always been racist. They haven't. The era of the civil rights, we can mark that period from 1954, if we like, until present, if you want to call that, and that is an era, it is a period where racism was birthed, it has grown, it has seized. It is now one of Satan's greatest weapons in the earth today, black people. They are racist.
And where is that racism really now that I'm seeing being targeted at? The white race. The black racism, which is what he's specifically in reference to here. Is there any other demographic that it's targeted at more than the white race? I mean, come on. Is there? No. It's not even close. As we're going to see here, this spills out into a lot of different areas. I mean, the 39-to-1 disproportionate ratio of black on white crime in America. There's a 39 times higher chance that a black person is going to commit a crime on a white than the other way around, a white person. Not 39%, not 390%, 39 times. It would be 3,900% greater risk. According to, the government statistics. We're going to get into that. So, this affects the behavior against white people in a very severe way.
But the Reconstruction period, my friends, was a time when blacks built. We're talking about from 1865 rather, up until the industrial age and even through that period when Jim Crow started in the 1920s. But from 1865 to the 1920s, black people built banks, they became prosperous, they became millionaires. We had more millionaires right after slavery than we do.
And I think that's awesome. I mean, granted, banks, I'm not wild about banks, but I mean, I am all for blacks prospering. Righteously, obviously. I mean, praise God, I am all for that. There is not one part of me that want to see them prosper and do well and be blessed. There is not one part of me that feels that way.
Now, Oprah Winfrey and Robert Johnson, all that crowd of liars and racist thieves are nothing compared to the number of black millionaires who, and even to this very day, there's still black people from East Texas to Maryland, right up to Pennsylvania, who still own land from slavery. They can trace it all the way back to the time of Reconstruction. They didn't get the 40 acres of the mule, but through their own abilities, after watching the master, they own hundreds, if not thousands of acres of land, and little by little it dwindled down, but they passed that land on to their children and their grandchildren, and they're living on it today. That's Reconstruction. That wasn't civil rights. Before racism, before civil rights. And they own that land even until today. Businesses. When I first came to this community, everywhere you looked, there was a black business. Everywhere you looked, there was a black store. There was one right up the street up here. All the businesses were owned by black people. When I first came to Harlem, it was a black community. Out of Reconstruction, out of Jim Crow, here comes civil rights and racism, and black people said, we don't have to be store owners anymore. We can be racist and shake down the government. And our shakedown artist is Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton.
We can be racist and shake down the government, and that's why he was talking about all those programs he was mentioning where the 96% of the blacks, I guess, helping to make money came from these as a result of racism. This is what he was talking about when he says racism, this thing. And so this is the point I think he was trying to make.
And the NAACP. We don't have to own business anymore. We don't have to own stores anymore. We don't even have to go to church anymore. We can be racist. Racist. You work with black people now? Try to hire them, right? Give them a job. You white. First time you tell me, listen, pick this up and do care of that. You're racist. I'm going to tell Jesse Jackson. I'm going to tell Al Sharpton. And he's going to march on you. Racism. If you know a black person today, he's a racist. Not just a part-time one. Not just a semi-one. Not one when they're away from the church. He's a racist. If you know if he's black, he's racist. From 1970 until...
Now, I'm not even going to say what he just said. I am never going to broad brush a whole race of people and say they're all racist. Black people included, okay? I don't know what, I mean, okay, he could say maybe 99% if that's how he felt. I'm not going to do that. Okay? So I'm just telling you, that's what he's saying. That's how he views this issue as a black pastor.
Where we are now, 2013. We have, and I'm going to round off numbers, and you can go to Census Bureau.
This is just 2013.
If you like. We have 1 million black men in prison right now, as I speak. 1 million. And of the 1 million black men we have in prison, they have an average or medium sentence of 10 years. That's right now. That's at this moment. So when you consider, did civil rights, have we been advanced by Jesse Jackson, who was the high priest and leader, and Al Sharpton, are we better off now than we were 70 years ago if we consider prison demographics where back in the 1920s we had maybe 5,000 men nationwide black in prison, and that would have been a lot, where now we got 1 million. And each one of those 1 million men we have in prison have a minimum of a 10-year sentence. So when you do the aggregate and you look at what has been handed down through civil rights, through the leadership of Jesse Jackson, through the leadership of people that y'all praise, through the leadership of people that have made y'all hardcore racists and supporters of Satan, we have 10 million years of prison sentences handed out to black America. 10 million years. How you going to serve all that time? That's just now.
10 million basically taking the 1 million black men and multiplying that by 10 years. So 10 million years would be the aggregate total sum of the prison sentences that he's in reference to.
You have to start the process back in the 1970s. So if we go back all the way to 1970 and we come up to now, where we've had nearly 3 million men in prison, 5 million, pardon me, in the system with the same amount of time period of 10 million, then you've got 50 million years of prison sentences on the books. They sentenced this Ariel Castro, out there in Cleveland to 1,000 years. Y'all hear about that last week? 1,000 years. Everybody just jumping out, well, we got him 1,000 years. The judge sentenced him that. But under your favorite leaders, under your mindset, under your racism, from 1970 until present, if you're talking about an advancement, if you're talking about us being a better people, judges have handed out 50 million years of prison sentences to the black man. Where From 1970 all the way back to 1865, there were barely 10,000 years handed out. Are we better off? Young black people don't like me, right? On my Facebook page, YouTube, he's Uncle Tom. Man that don't like black people. From 1970, starting in the 1980s, until present, black men who stopped going to Howard and Hampton and Fisk and Shaw and who stopped that realized that we can make money, not the way Chuck Berry singing about Maybelline, why can't you be true? Oh, Maybelline, why can't you be true? You done started back doing those things you used to do. Now the most popular black artists have made millions of dollars calling the black woman a bitch, a hoe, a hoochie mama, and spitting at them, and the black women are just pulling off their panties and throwing them to the stage. Call me a hoe, call me a bitch, call...
Sorry, I didn't know that was coming. I didn't think he was going to cuss, but, yeah, I mean, it's unvarnished truth.
And they're making millions of dollars. You're talking...
Which is another gigantic aspect of why you've seen particularly the degradation of the, particularly you look at the prison culture and you look at the degradation of black men, I mean, more specifically, of the way that they're taught to view women, the way they're taught to view whites, the way the thug culture that has been, rap and all of this, it's been designed to destroy anyone, and particularly the black races, that would embrace that, because music is extremely powerful. So that's another aspect to this. I'm not saying this hasn't been an agenda to degrade and to destroy the black races as well. Just like we're talking about white genocide, there's also this black genocide, which is what I've actually talked far more about, beginning at the abortion clinics. And then also there's other ways, obviously, that the blacks have been targeted.
About a deprived, a state of being. And not only that, hip-hop music, it may have a little beat to it that you can get into your jungle activity. You got that jungle juice in you, so do-do-do-do. But it's basically born in violence, killing, often people, killing this and killing that. It was born killing each other, the East Coast, West Coast, gang supported. And yet you call that music? You call that progress? You see how racist and what civil rights has done to your morality and integrity? Ain't no way you could have stood up and called a black woman a bitch back in the day and can't call her a hoe and get paid. I mean, you can get paid calling young black women hoes and hoochie mamas. You see how deprived you are? And you say you don't like me? You see what God thinks about you and yours? If you're black, you support it. You listen to hip-hop music in your house. Your children listen to it. You bought it for them. You listen to the hoes and the bitches and the hoochie mamas. And yet you don't want to sing the Davis sisters. Racism. God is saying now he's calling for the destruction of Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, Marielle, Oprah Winfrey, and all that crowd of racists. They're nothing but pure, cold-blooded racists. And they're in the hands of Satan, tantamount to the lie that Satan uses as well. And I'm here to preach it. To God Almighty belongs the glory. Now let me set the temperature here. The Bible says that God said to Saul, all right, you want to be my king. God never wanted a king over the people of Israel. He never wanted a king. But the people said, we want a king. We want Obama. God says, but I'm your king. And Samuel's my prophet. We want a king like all the other people have. We want a king. We want a black president the way everybody else has got one. And God says, all right. So he gave him Saul. And then he said, all right, now Saul, here, I want you to do something. The Amalekites, 700 years ago, when my children were coming across Transjordan from Egypt, from the Red Sea to Jordan, and all they had was pots and pans and their children, their sheep, their tents, They had no defense mechanism. They had no water to drink. They had no food to eat. They had no mechanized army. And Amalek was there in the valley. And he saw them coming. And he purposed in his heart to destroy every last one of them, to kill them all, the children. 700 years ago, he purposed to kill my people. And God says, I haven't forgotten about it. I have not forgotten about it. But what I want you to do is I want you to go and get revenge for me. I want you to kill that which the Amalekites plan to do to my children. I want you to do to them. And he told Saul to go do it and accomplish it. I want to refer to this scripture here where Samuel said, bring me Agag. Bring him here. Bring him here. Bring him here. Samuel took the sword, and the Bible says he cut King Agag into pieces. And that was that was the completion of the command that God had given to Saul. Now, in a few moments, you're going to hear me say that God's calling for the annihilation and utter destruction of all the race baiters, Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, and every other person who supports racism and leadership. God Almighty is calling for the destruction of them the way he called for the destruction of King Agag. And so if we're going to end racism, we need to annihilate black people, or at the very least, their black leaders. The only way you're going to end it. You're not going to end it with the Great Society orchestrated by President Johnson, or marching on Washington as did Dr. Martin Luther King, who admonished black people to judge people by the content of their character rather than the color of their skin. You're not going to admonish it that way. If Dr. King couldn't do it, if all the others who worked so feverishly to do it can't do it, the only way you are going to get rid of this weapon that's as deadly as a lie, who are black racists, is that you've got to annihilate the leadership thereof. That way you'll put away racism out of the hearts of people. Are we ready now? When the Lord calls for the destruction of Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, to be destroyed with the edge of the sword, are we ready to do it? Are we ready? Are we ready to do it? And do you believe that God would call for it? Forget about being ready, whether you believe it or not.
Wow, okay. I'm not going to go that far, but, you know, I think you get the point. Okay, that's, and again, I'm not calling for any of that. I'm just trying to point out some facts here today. He's really wanting to potentially maybe take it to the next level. I'm not saying do that, but that is a black pastor's perspective on this subject. And so I'm going to go ahead and we're going to end part 3 here and go to part 4. We'd like to welcome you back to part 4 of our current event and weekly Bible study for November 29th, 2015. Kind of continuing on, we have, just to kind of reiterate some of the things, federal statistics and studies show that blacks are 39 times more likely to commit a violent crime against whites than whites committing a violent crime against blacks. A violent crime, okay? Oprah Winfrey, who Pastor Manning was just talking about, recently said that racism will not disappear until older white Americans die. That's not racist, though. You can't be racist. She can't be. But what she did not mention is the inescapable fact that racism is obviously alive and well in the minds of many black Americans. So predominant is this hatred. Many blacks are convinced that other blacks are racist. In a recent Rasmussen poll, 31% think most blacks are racist. Is that really honest regarding what Pastor Manning just said? Come on. Really? I don't even, that's not even close to the statistics he was quoting. But anyway, this goes on to say, LaShawn Martin, a black man who attacked an older white man in New York's Union Square, knocking him into a coma that ultimately resulted in death. It was probably one of those knockout games where you just go up to a defenseless white person and knock them out. Said, I hate white people. And, you know, that's why, and he shows it, and he proves it, you know. Now, can you imagine if there was a roving white gang in New York that were going around knocking out elderly black people? Imagine that. Do you know the headlines? And you know what? The thought of that makes me sick. Just like it makes me sick that they're doing it to elderly white. So I'm not judging them or holding them to a different accountability. I mean, that would make me sick. It wouldn't matter who they were. That is just evil and wrong. You know? So then it goes on to say, not a word about the racist nature of the attack from Sharpton, Jackson, Winfrey, or Obama, though. No, it doesn't fit the narrative. You know? In other words, the whites kind of deserve this because look at all of the oppression they have caused and all the things they've done over the years. So they're getting their comeuppance. They're just getting what they got coming, and they need to just shut their mouth and take it. That's basically what's implied here. And what is that? That is the racism component that is absolutely alive and well in the black populace that Pastor Manning was just referencing. He did it a lot more stern than I am doing it. I mean, he did it a lot more hardcore than you know, I am doing it. I mean, way more. And I'm not advocating like some of the stuff he says. So I said I don't agree with everything the guy says, but to drive the point home, here's a black pastor saying this stuff to a black congregation. And it's far more harsh than anything I'm saying. I mean, way more. You know? But I'll still be labeled a racist. And he'll be labeled an Uncle Tom. Okay? But I'm willing to live with that. You know, I know I don't hate black people. I know that I've had tons of friends and tons of listeners that are black over the years. I know I don't have animosity, but this white genocide that is occurring is literally coming from the throne of Satan down through the UN, down through the world governments, down through the leaders, down through into even local things. And it's permeating its way through Hollywood, and it is an agenda, and it is real, and it is undeniable. And that's what I'm here to show today. Not to show that I'm a racist and I don't like black people. That is not what this is about. Okay? So let's go further here. The established media is reluctant to characterize the attack as racist. Now, let's go to the next one. Police kill more whites than blacks, okay, in America, but minority deaths generate more, obviously, selective outrage, okay, which is hypocrisy. So here we are. This is on the O'Reilly Factor, Fox News, and we're seeing crime in America. Police killings of blacks down 70% in the last 50 years. 70%. That's quite a reduction. In 2012, 123 blacks were killed by police. How many black babies, though, in abortion clinics? Black Lives Matter, remember? All of them, well, if they're an aborted baby. If it's a baby in the womb of a black woman, it doesn't matter. And I'm not saying that white women don't abort babies or Hispanic women don't, but I'm talking about disproportionately black babies are aborted at a much higher rate. That's a statistical fact. In 2012, 123 blacks were killed by police with a gun. 123 in the whole year of 2012 in America. But every single one of those is going to be front page news wherever it does occur. In 2012, the same year, 326 whites were killed by a police with a gun. Where are the statistics from? Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice. It was almost triple the amount of white people. Yet whites still do exist at a higher percentage than blacks. Okay, so they're a higher percentage of the population. You know, and there 326 were killed with a gun, the whites. 123. Blacks were killed in the same year. But the selective outrage, you know, you would expect to see less blacks killed. I mean, from a demographic standpoint, whites were almost triple. So all of this stuff about, you know, it's this disproportionate and all of these things, it doesn't hold up statistically at all. Nobel Prize winning novelist Toni Morrison says she wants to see an officer shoot an unarmed white teenager in the back before agreeing that the conversation about race is over. Well, I am so glad that's her acid test, her line in the sand, her ultimatum. She wants to see an unarmed white teenager shot in the back, basically killed, before agreeing that the conversation about race is over. What kind of wicked devil even thinks this way? But she won't have any repercussion for this, because the media doesn't fit the narrative. They're not going to demonize her. That's fine, what she's saying. As long as they're talking about killing a white person, that doesn't come up, that's fine. That is perfectly acceptable and actually a good thing, essentially, but according to media standards. An analysis released last week shows that more white people died at the hands of law enforcement than those of any other race in the last 2 years. Any other race. Even though, statistically speaking, they're committing crimes at a far lower level. More of them were killed. That was the point I was trying to make earlier. Even as the Justice Department, I mean, from a percentage standpoint, way more or less crime is committed by the average white person than the blacks. And I'm sorry, but that's a statistical fact. Yet almost triple the amount of white people were killed by a gun, by a cop, in 2012. I don't see this massive targeting of black people. I saw this lady on a subway. She was just talking, and she didn't know she was being recorded. It was a black lady yesterday, and she was just, I mean, I couldn't even play it. All she was doing is cussing and basically letting the white people know that, we're coming for you, and you kill all of all the cops kill our black men, and we're biding our time. We're going to be coming for you hardcore, and all of this injustice that's committed by the cops killing black men. And then I see this statistic, and I'm like, what planet are you living in? What narrative have you bought into? You bought into the Jesse Jackson, Sharpton narratives that, want to demonize all white people, and particularly white cops. It's just, it's mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. An analysis released last week shows that more white people died at the hands of law enforcement than those of any other race in the last 2 years, even as the Justice Department, social justice groups, and media coverage focus on black victims of police force. That's all they focus on. That fits their narrative. People keep saying we need to have a conversation about race. Miss Morrison, this wonderful lady, said, this is the conversation. I want to see a cop shoot a white unarmed teenager in the back, unarmed white, said Miss Morrison, who has also won the Pulitzer Prize for her work, which includes bestsellers Beloved and Song of Solomon. She sounds biblical. Biblical's a day as long, obviously. And then she goes on to say, and I want to see a white man convicted for raping a black woman. When do you see that? I'm being honest here. You don't see that very, very often, but the other way around, you see a whole lot in comparison on a rape scale. I'm just being real. It's true. But she wants to see a white man convicted for raping a black woman. Like, that's going on all of the time, evidently, but it's just not being reported. If that was going on, that'd be front page news. It's like they want to create crimes that white people aren't even really committing, because it would give her some kind of satisfaction. Well, what kind of sick person thinks that way? I don't want to see black women or white women or Oriental women. I don't want to see any woman raped. What kind of sick devil spews forth this kind of rhetoric? But it's okay, because she's black and she can say whatever she wants to about the whites. It's obviously the truth, because she gets away with it. Can you imagine if a Pulitzer Prize white guy said this, or white woman said this? It's a double standard. It's an unjust scale and balance that God abhors. She says, I want to see a white man convicted for raping a black woman, and then you ask me, is it over? And then I'll say yes. Whatever. You demon-possessed vessel of Satan. So I've done many teachings on this, and I'm just going to hit some of the high points on these table of contents. I posted them all here. End Time Current Event Mega Study, 8/19/15, Part 3. And again, this is the one I just did recently, where we talk more about Farrakhan. We're going to actually talk about that again, though, today. Black Muslims need to retaliate, calls for 10,000 black men to retaliate. And they're trying to gin up this race war. Black mobs beat white men carrying a Confederate flag, result media silence. Then another one I did on 8/9/15, well, it was the same day. Black mobs routinely terrorize cities across the country, but the media and the government are silent. Read the detailed account of rampant racial crime in White Girl Bleed a Lot, the return of racial violence to America and how the media ignores it. And then my response, black listeners' rebuke of Scott Johnson and comments, white men rule this world. Part 1 and 2 of that. The second part is in part 5 of this. And then we talk about federal statistics that show blacks are 39 times more likely to commit a violent crime against whites than vice versa. Virginia, in the United States, black Muslim firefighter incites violence toward police officers, stating we have to start putting them in body bags. Now, listen, I have a whole, and I can't even, I guess I can put it at the end of this. I probably should. Because if anybody still wants further proof, I have a document here that I've been compiling for a few different years. And I'm just going to go to that right now. And open this up here. And it's called Black Criminal Crime Stats and the Media Silence. And it is it's up to 44 pages. Most of it's links. A lot of it is just pure links. Because if I actually posted the body of every one of these reports, it would be 200, 300, 400 pages. Okay? And it's on black mob violence, black violence against white races primarily, the media silence, the big list of documented racial attacks, assaults, and threats primarily on whites. But see, I'm a racist for even being in possession, for even compiling a document like this. Because these are statistics I need to ignore and I need to be silent about. Pastor Manning's not silent about it. He goes further than I'm going with some of the stuff he's saying. I'm not, like I said, but it's just report after report. I'm going to go ahead and include this in the PDF for today. I'm going to make sure I put it at the end. So it's 44 pages. It's an extra 44. If you're not convinced off what I'm saying, it can't be refuted. It's just literal news reports. It's just stuff that hasn't made it, like, if it was white on black crime, it hasn't made it into, well, a lot of it has made it in the national spotlight, but it's only like flash in the pan, some of it. And a lot of it is, just reported on in alternative media or on a local level, and then it dies, which is where the mainstream media wants it to be, dead. So they can suppress this and all of this truth and act as though it doesn't exist. And the white people or the white races are the source of the problem here, so that they can continue to further be demonized. And again, anyway, I list a whole bunch of teachings I've done here. Black teens murder white baby for the fun of it. Quote, for the fun of it. In Georgia, why didn't the mainstream media cover this? This little baby, they blew his brains out. Just for the fun of it. I've seen all these racial attacks on white girls and white guys, and just black mobs going up to them, or 2 or 3 black guys, and them just being pummeled for no reason. Sometimes they're killed. The knockout game, sucker punching them when they're not even looking. But that's fine. That's fine, because they're white. They deserve it. The White Girl Bleed a Lot book, first and only book to document the recent epidemic of black mob violence, more than 500 examples in more than 75 cities, all since 2010. And that was in 2013 that I put this out, so that was only a few years. So, this is what we're dealing with here. again, I'll just kind of touch on this. We covered this before. Flashback Farrakhan, blacks must rise up and kill whites, calls for 10,000 black men to retaliate. Official government documents refer to white conservative Christians who oppose abortion as potential domestic terrorists. And you're telling me there's not an agenda to go after the white races? And classify right-wing conservatives and returning vets as extremists. Ideologues have called Southern whites monsters and a bigger threat to the country than jihadist Islam. Some media hacks are demanding the entirety of the Southern ethnic culture be totally eradicated along with the whites. And you're telling me there's not a white genocide agenda afoot? The reporter here says, I keep warning about the increasing signs of impending genocide being openly discussed and planned in America against the white races by leftist ideologues of various stripes. I mean, they're literally talking about killing the white race off. And they're going to implement this. I mean, unless God intervenes. This was Washington, D.C., October 10th, 2015. The theme of the Million Man March, 20th anniversary, this just happened in October, here was the theme of this Million Man, I think, Devil Muslim March. Yeah. The theme of it was, it is just us or else, end of quote. Is just us or else. We want white people gone. This is their theme. Can you imagine if there was a Million White Man March and we said it's just us or else? We want black people gone? Can you imagine the media outrage? The black groups rioting in the streets, Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson and the Rainbow Coalition. I don't even think it exists anymore, but I'm just saying. Can you imagine? You see the double standard here? But they can get away with it all day long. Then it says, we're not going to play. We're not going to frolic. We're going to kill those we hate. Just us is what we seek. Just us. All other white people dead. The lunatic Muslim madman Louis Farrakhan. That's who's inciting this. But see, I'm not supposed to say anything about any of this. Here we got a picture of a guy, racist mass murderer, Omar Thornton, mass murderer who killed 9 white people for alleged racism in Connecticut. Did you know about this? And if you don't know, why don't you know? If a white had murdered 9 blacks, it would have been nonstop news for months. Absolutely it would have been. But see, again, there's the double standard that white people cannot reference or talk about, because if they do, they're racist. You know? Now that life is cheap and the government-funded organizations are killing babies by the tens of millions and selling their harvested parts for profit, what does it matter that other undesirables and threats to society are suggested to be eliminated? And that would be whites primarily in this case. Recent headlines read, Virginia bans Confederate flag plates, but not Planned Parenthood plates. And I did a whole study on the Confederate flag. Confederate. It's not a bad symbol. It doesn't stand for racism in any way, shape, or form. That's all a lie. Everything the mainstream media is feeding you are lies. But you can still get your Planned Parenthood plates in Virginia, though, for your car. Display them proudly. Now, I'm not talking about listeners, but I'm just saying. And then the next report, gay marriage is all about attacking Christianity, says author. So the gays also, they really want, obviously they're targeting at Christians in general, regardless of your skin color. But gay marriage is all about attacking Christianity. It's just one more way they're attacking the Christian demographic. Gays shop for Christian clerk to Target. Gays demand irreversible harm to Christians. The gay agenda is its central core is destruction of Christianity and heterosexual culture. Why? Because they don't want to be reminded of their sin. They don't want to be have any. You think Sodom and Gomorrah was willing to be open to dialogue when they were so depraved and disgusting that even after they've been blinded, they groped for Lot's door so they could try to have sex with the angel, not the fallen angel, but the angel that Lot had taken in, the angels? That's how far gone they were. That's where gay culture always ends up, Sodom and Gomorrah, ultimately. I'm just saying. It's where they ultimately end up. None of this matters to a society that is collapsing into wickedness and evil. The more heinous and the suggested acts, and again, we're talking about total genocide of the white races. That's what Farrakhan's loud and clear is what he's saying. No more whites. They all need to die. We're going to yoke up with the Muslims. The Muslims are going to be happy to yoke up with the black Muslims, the ones coming from the Middle East, and the ones coming from the prison populace. And it's going to be on. That's what I see coming. Unless God intervenes. I'm just telling you, I'm here as a watchman to warn, and that is what I see coming loud and clear. The more heinous and suggested acts, the more it will be applauded, urged, lobbied, and eventual policies made to enact them. Absolutely. If it's wicked, it is going to be praised and loved and adored and just given sanction to and permitted. Human life is cheap in America now, and the ideologues and unfettered maniacs like Farrakhan and Malik Zula Shabazz get applause for suggesting the wholesale slaughter of the white race and people they have demonized. White policemen today, conservative Christian whites tomorrow. If you take Farrakhan at his word, which you must understand his black Muslim followers do, he is demanding that the federal government do the deed of eradicating white people whom he blames for everything from slavery to the deaths of black children. I mean, you know, I couldn't ask for anything more than for the Lord to rain down his fury on these wicked devils. Because if God doesn't intervene, and if the fear of God doesn't come upon people, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. So he blames the federal government to do the deed of eradicating white people, whom he blames for everything from slavery to the deaths of black children. Even though he says nothing about the true exterminator of the black race, which is Planned Parenthood. And also the vaccine agenda, and also a lot of other experiments the government has done on the black races over the years where they've done ones on the white races too. The rhetoric is designed to incite action into violence. He is asking for 10,000 black men amidst a million-man march on October 15, 2015, who are willing to die. Well, that's what Muslims do. They're going to be with their 72 virgins and white-skinned boys, you know, in paradise. So this is just called a jihad. This is called an Islamic jihad. 10,000 black men amidst a million-man march on December in Washington, D.C., and this happened October 15, 2015, this year, who are willing to die to kill those whom Farrakhan blames for black issues. There's no mistaking his words here. Retaliation. If the federal government won't intercede in our affairs, then we must rise up and kill those who kill us. 123 were killed in 2012. Cops in general by guns. 326 white people though, but well, it's only triple the number of blacks. Retaliation for this. If the federal government won't intercede in our affairs. So all of this other stuff, all of this entitlement mentality, all of this racism that Pastor Manning was talking about that has gotten all of these billions of dollars into the black community. That's not enough. That's not enough. And I'm going back to what Pastor Manning just said. That's not enough. If the federal government won't intercede in our affairs, then we must rise up and kill those who kill us. Stalk them and kill them and let them feel the pain of death that we are feeling. Oh, wow. Okay, so let's just listen to a brief clip from a Christian brother regarding this quote by Farrakhan.
So here's my question for you. He wants blacks to rise up and kill those who kill them if the government will intercede. Let's see who's killing blacks, shall we? In Chicago, in other inner cities, all across Obamaland, black-on-black violence is responsible for the 99% of all black deaths. 99% plus is all.
99% plus of all black deaths is blacks killing blacks in the inner cities. But no, it's the white man that's doing it. The white man is actually, responsible for this. This is the disconnect that I just can't wrap my head around.
Black-on-black violence. Blacks are killing blacks all across Obamaland. Black babies, I've shown you, are killed through abortion. There are more black babies aborted than there are even born in New York City. It's blacks that are killing blacks. So what Farrakhan is saying is what my title says, unfortunately. He's advocating that if the government doesn't intercede, that blacks must rise up and kill blacks because the blacks are the ones killing each other. And that's insane. This guy would say, oh no, Paul Q never said that. You did say that, Louis Farrakhan, because your own words indict you and convict you. It's not my words, it's your words that indict you. So it's time for us to wake up, my friends, and smell the coffee and stop believing the hype. Stop believing all the lies people tell you. Black people, start standing up for yourselves, understand what's happening, and understand who's actually killing you. Yeah, there are a tiny, minuscule amount of blacks who are killed by police officers. This is who actually Farrakhan is trying to assume is killing most of the blacks. And it's a tiny, minuscule part.
So I think the point he's trying to make here is that since blacks are the ones killing their own race, they really need to kill each other because they're the true murderers of one another. I think that's the point he's trying to make, but he didn't make that clear here at all. It was very poorly made the way he did it. But I kind of understand what he's trying to say here. In other words, who is the true enemy of the black race as well? It's the ones that they're killing their babies, they're killing each other. So they're the ones that are actually the true enemies of each other, I think is the point he's trying to make.
Yeah, there are a few blacks killed from other things, but the bottom line is blacks are depopulating blacks. The vast majority of your own race are being killed by your own people. I love black people. I love Asians. I love Hispanics. I love white people, everybody. I don't want to see anyone murdered and die, but I want you to see the truth. I want you to believe the truth and share the truth because I'm tired of all the lies, and I'm tired of all the half-truths, and I'm tired of all the media hype that's trying to be pushed, and no one wants to push back. Well, I'm going to push back as long as I have time and breath to do it. This is a Christian ministry that I have.
Okay, so that he makes a point there as well. Okay, and again, I think as a white person, I don't mind doing this at all, but I think it's stronger when I have a black man up there pointing out this as well. Like, it's not just me saying it, it's also black men affirming what I'm saying here. It's just common sense, what we're talking about here. Here's a guy, Jesse Lee Peterson radio show, uniting the races with truth instead of dividing them with lies. That's his theme, okay? That's awesome. Okay, he's a black man, and this is his radio show. And here's what he has to say about Farrakhan calls on blacks to rise up and kill whites. Here's what this intelligent black man has to say.
Heard around the world by everybody and their mama, the Jesse Lee Peterson Radio Show.
On August 3rd, Louis Farrakhan posted on Facebook, retaliation
if the federal government won't intercede in our affairs, then we must rise up and kill those who kill us. No, he's not talking about black people who are killing black people, even though there are more black people killing black people on a daily basis than white people would even think of doing to black people. So he says that we must rise up and kill those who kill us. Stalk them and kill them and let them feel the pain of death that we are feeling. Hashtag justice or else. If this is not
justice or else you're going to have the black Muslim races rising up and doing the killing. If the government doesn't start killing off the white man, evidently is what's implied here, then they're going to do it. Talk about trying to strong arm, your agenda into position by threats.
A call for terrorist attacks in our country by Louis Farrakhan toward whites. I don't know what else is. And if Louis Farrakhan was a white man calling for folks to kill black people,
exactly,
he will already be in jail. It would be national news. Loretta Lynch would have already held 20 press conferences talking about the number of people she's going to send out there to investigate this.
Thank you.
Barack Hussein Obama would have held 10 press conferences with joy talking about, see, I told you white people are racist. This is a racist society. They want to go out and kill us, hunt us down. But not a peep, not a word from either one of those people. This clip is an excerpt from the message that I'm about to play now. I want you to sit quietly, listen to the son of Satan. Listen to someone who is, in my opinion, no different than ISIS, the terrorist, Muslim terrorist people out there,
Amen.
Attackers out there. This call to kill white people didn't happen at a mosque. This message that was sent out by Louis Farrakhan, given out by Louis Farrakhan, happened at a Baptist church. Men and women, preachers who are supposed to believe in God. They don't. This happened in Miami.
They have a Muslim devil in a Baptist pulpit. But as long as the message is unite against the whites, kill the whites, or anything against the whites, and I hate to say that, that seems to be the truth. Just like they voted for Barack Obama. Now, I'm not labeling all black people like this, but evidently this church had no problem with it at all. Just like the people that Pastor Manning talked about, 96+% of all blacks voted for Obama because of the color of the skin, knowing he was a baby killer, knowing he was a Muslim. It didn't matter as long as he was black, or as long as he was black and they liked his message. This is some sick stuff. I can't hardly wrap my head around this, and neither can a lot of these wonderful black people up here exposing this.
At Mount Zion Baptist Church.
I'm looking for 10,000 in the midst of a million. Listen.
This is Farrakhan, this Baptist church.
I'm looking for 10,000 in the midst of the million. Midst of the million. 10,000 fearless men.
What is he really implying, though? Fearless, the 10,000 fearless. Well, the other, 990,000 will get inspired by the 10, and then they won't be fearless, and then they'll go out and they'll kill the whites wholesale as well. I mean, isn't he implying that the 10,000 are better than the other 990,000? Yeah, he knows how to manipulate. He's very, very, very good at it. He is an absolute total tool of Satan.
Fearless, who say death is sweeter than continued life under tyranny.
Where's the tyranny?
He's saying, where's the tyranny? Exactly. Oh, you sick devils. I mean, I'm watching all these people just clap, and a lot of them are women, black women standing up, and I'm like, what? Can you imagine if a white guy got behind a Baptist pulpit and made this announcement? Are you kidding me?
Death is sweeter than to continue to live and bury our children while white folks give the killer hamburgers.
Oh, you mean the cop?
Than watching us slaughter each other to the joy of a 400-year-old and death is sweet.
Listen how they're applauding and praising the Lord and carrying on. Black people are not living under tyranny of white people. It's their own that they brought upon themselves. Black people are killing more black people than any other white person could ever think of. But he's not talking about that.
No, of course not.
Louis Farrakhan wanted a race war to happen here.
Amen.
He's an angry, evil man, and he's pushing for that. I've said over and over and over again that not all, but most black preachers are not called by God. They're called by their mama. And most black people, as you see in this congregation, and you've seen it over and over again through different stories, are not children of God.
Amen.
They have not been born again. There's no way you can be born again and support evil in this manner.
I couldn't agree more. How have these people that are out there clapping for Farrakhan, a Muslim, they call themselves Baptists? How on God's green earth do they think they're saved? Well, what kind of warped, sick mentality? Demon, literally possession almost. Having their consciences seared with a hot iron. Where is the love of Christ or the compassion of Christ? They're over here clapping for this devil. Where's the mercy over this perceived injustice that doesn't even exist? I mean, I just gave you in 2012 alone, cops killed almost triple the amount of white people, even though they statistically commit far less crimes than black people. But the ones that do get killed, or the ones where there are perceived injustice, that's going to be all over the TV. Mission accomplished. And then all of this selective outrage is going to well up, and they're going to want to kill, evidently just kill the whites, and they're up there clapping for it. Man, that's sick. That's evil. The Bible says, all that hate me love evil. When I see them clapping for Farrakhan, they are 100% showing me they love evil. And they're doing it under a Christian veneer and banner. Well, the Bible says there's going to come a day when those that kill you will think that they're doing God's service. The Bible's very clear. It says that day is coming. And I can see that totally. People killing under the name of Christianity, thinking they're doing God's service. And in this case, you got a Muslim in the pulpit of a supposed Christian church. What an abomination.
Here is the last soundbite on this.
Retaliation is prescribed in matters of the slain.
I thought that we're not supposed to take vengeance. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, I will repay. Isn't that a Christian tenet? But he says, vengeance is prescribed. Where is it prescribed? In the Quran. He's preaching this in a Baptist church. totally against the Word of God, but they don't care because they like the message. That's all that matters.
Retaliation is a prescription from God.
From Satan?
To calm the breath of those whose children have been slain.
What a fork-tongued lying devil. And the fact that these illiterate, supposed pseudo-Christians don't know anything about what the Word of God says is enough to make me want to vomit. Can you imagine a pastor getting up and preaching this?
So if the federal government will not intercede in our affairs, then we must rise up and kill those who kill us. Stop them and kill them and let them feel.
All these Christians out there on their feet now clapping. Wow. Wow. To a Muslim in the pulpit. Satan must be just laughing like doubled over, so happy, and just, man, I can't even imagine how happy he is over this.
The pain of death that we'll feel.
Standing ovation in the whole big church he's in. It's a big church. Top, the balcony, everybody's standing. What kind of sick devils are occupying churches nowadays? Now, I don't just mean blacks, but even the white churches. I mean, this is sick. This is so beyond sick. I can't even imagine. Standing ovation still.
This brings chills to my spirit because I know the nature of most black Americans. They're hateful, they're angry. Most of their black preachers are teaching hatred, not as outwardly or strong as Louis Farrakhan is doing it, but they too are encouraging it.
They got to have that race war, and now they got Islam to throw in that pot now. And they're going to unite, and it's going to be white against black and black Muslims and the Hispanics. That's what's coming. Unless God intervenes, and I'm saying we should pray about it. We should pray God intervenes. We should pray God stop it. We should pray for their souls that they get saved. But I'm telling you, if God doesn't intervene, that's what's on the agenda.
You now have a president who created the environment even worse, talking about Jim Crow times and now. You have an attorney general who is in support of it by being silent on this issue. She hasn't called for an investigation. She's not sent representatives down to investigate this. No reaction is an approval and a validation for angry black people. This is so bad, I can't find the words to say. You have a preacher, so-called preacher, Louis Farrakhan, saying, rise up and kill those who kill us. And he's not talking about blacks who are killing blacks. He's talking about whites. He's talking about white cops. This is a terrorist threat. And if you're a member of Mount Zion Baptist Church down in Miami, Florida, I would run, don't walk, and get out of that church. And thank God he allowed you to get out. I would get out in a hurry. I'll take your phone calls, 888-7...
I didn't see anybody that I could see that wasn't standing. I mean, what Bible are they reading? The Satanic Bible? I mean, I see that. I'm just speechless. Baptists. Man, That is some sad stuff. I mean, that is just evil, heinous, sad stuff that we just talked about there. So going further, so the question comes up when watching this, when we listen to it, why isn't this hate-mongering, genocidal wannabe Islamic terrorist arrested for terroristic threatening, death threats, incitement, and other charges that would certainly be levied against any white Christian conservative talking this way? Why isn't that the case? The black talking this way about, let's say, the blacks are illegal aliens or Muslims or abortionists or other clinics. Certainly any white Christian anywhere publicly advocating violence like this would be met with calls for immediate arrest, if not warding a SWAT team. The hypocrisy regarding this issue knows no end. You see, in Obama's America, it's a crime to protest death mills harvesting baby parts for sale, but it is free speech to incite 10,000 black men to rise up and kill whites, whether they be police or families and people based on color of their skin. The civil society is unraveling. How is it possible to coexist alongside of people who want you and your race dead and demand that their government help them do it? Now, I'm not, like I said, I'm not putting all blacks in that category. Okay? But this is what the author is saying. You cannot coexist alongside of people who will vote for those who will making their demands become public policy. Because what is Farrakhan saying? He's saying, basically, you kill the whites government or else we blacks will do it. This is the absolute total implied message in what Farrakhan is saying. We can thank His Highness Barack Obama, like highness, but it's heinous, Barack Obama the first, for creating the conditions that will exacerbate a race war followed by genocide. Yep. Absolutely. Now let's play this clip. Let's hear what Putin has to say about white genocide. And I'm not endorsing Putin, but he makes some points here. And on the world stage, he seems to be about the only world leader of significance that is actually addressing this issue. Please allow me to reiterate. I'm just going to go ahead and put it on mute so you can hear me. I am reading what Putin is saying. This is only a 22-second clip. It says, please allow me to reiterate, there's a serious population problem in the white countries. Every white country, including Russia, has a demographic problem. The birth rates are low. The whites are dying out. Don't you get it? Okay, and that was it. That was all. So, I mean, he's basically just reiterating what I've been stating, and that it is an absolute total plan by the globalists in order to wipe the white race out. Okay, eventually, they want to wipe all the races out. But for some reason, the white race seems to be the one they really seem concerned about the most right now. Okay? Then here's another one. Putin talks about the cultural self-preservation of European tradition, religion, and race. Addressed by President Vladimir Putin at the Valdai Forum, September 19, 2013. And again, I'm going to go ahead and mute this because you won't be able to understand anything. I'm just going to go ahead and read what he's saying here. A further challenge or danger for the national Russian identity is connected to the processes we observe outside of Russia, and they include foreign policy, moral, and other aspects. I'm waiting for the next screen to come up here. We see that many Euro-Atlantic, the West states, have taken the way that they deny or reject their own roots, including their Christian roots, from which is the basis of Western civilization. In these countries, the moral basis and any traditional identity are being denied. National, religious, cultural, and even gender identities are being denied or relativized, meaning the degradation of culture. Their politics treats a family with many children as equal to a homosexual partner judiciously. Okay, now he's going way too quick. Their politics treats a family with many children as equal to a homosexual partnership jurisdictionally, and faith in God is equal to faith in Satan. True, it is. The excesses and exaggerations of political correctness in these countries indeed leads to serious consideration for the legitimization of parties that promote the propaganda of pedophilia. Absolutely. That's where it's all heading. The people of many Eastern European states are actually ashamed of their religious affiliations and are indeed frightened to speak about them. Pedophilia being legalized is the goal here. Christian holidays and celebrations are abolished or neutrally renamed, and one we're ashamed of those Christian holidays. With this, and again, you know how I feel about the holy days like Xmas and Ishtar, but he's not coming at it from that angle, obviously. With this method, one hides away the deeper moral value of these celebrations. And these countries try to force this model onto other countries globally. I am deeply convinced that this is a direct way to degradation and privatization of the culture. This leads to a deeper demographic and moral crisis. What can be a better evidence of the moral crisis of human society in the West than its loss of reproductive function? We're going to talk more about that. And today, nearly all developed Western countries cannot survive reproductively, not even with the help of migrants. That's no help. Without the moral values that are rooted in Christianity and other world religions, without rules and moral values which have formed and been developed over the millennia, people will inevitably lose their capacity for human dignity and become brutes. Brings up a lot of good points. I'm not saying I'm, whatever, but, obviously he's brings up a lot better points than Obama, and we think it is right and natural to defend and preserve these moral Christian values. One has to respect the right of every minority to self-determination, but at the same time there cannot and must not be any doubt about the rights of the majority, which is what we're seeing here, where these minorities come in, and then all of a sudden, whether it be illegal aliens from Mexico and Central America or the Muslim invading hordes from Syria, they come in and they immediately have 100 times more rights than the indigenous population that they're invading. I mean, if that's not clearly showing that this is satanic, I don't know what does. Going back to what Putin's saying, at the same time as this is a process at a national level in the West, we observe on an international level the attempts to create a unipolar, unified model of the world, to relativize and to remove institutions of international right and national sovereignty. Putin is speaking about U.S. imperialism here. Going further, in such a unipolar, unified world, there is no place for sovereign states, such as the world needs merely just vassals. From a historical perspective, such a unipolar world of the USA would mean the surrender of one's own identity and of God-created diversity. Russia will side with those who defend the point of view that important global decisions have to be made on a collective basis and not in the interest of any one state like the USA or any one group, NATO. NATO's just the one that NATO planes just shot down that Russian fighter. So that's one of the things that Putin has said in the past. Okay, and let's go ahead and let's play this video here.
According to research, in order for a culture to maintain itself for more than 25 years, there must be a fertility rate of 2.11 children per family. With anything less, the culture will decline. Historically, no culture has ever reversed a 1.9 fertility rate.
Meaning, per male and female, they need to be bringing forth at least 2.11 children. I obviously can't split children, but there needs to be more than, when they leave this planet, there needs to be more children than before they got here. If you start to get into a 1.9 decline in society, that race will die out. No race has ever recovered from that. And again, this is one of the absolute main ways that they're causing white genocide. Is people don't want to bring kids into this world. A lot of people just don't want to bring children into this. I mean, look at all the horrific stuff that we're facing here. Forced vaccinations and so much of like these things aren't going to even apply to something like in Islam, where they'll take some bogus religious exemption or whatever. I'm not saying they won't be immunized, but I'm saying that they're allowed to get away with so much more. Whereas white people, a lot of that demographic is really, really targeted with a lot of the different things that makes them fearful to bring children into the world. Okay, I'm just telling you what I've observed.
A rate of 1.3, impossible to reverse, because it would take 80 to 100 years to correct itself, and there is no economic model that can sustain a culture during that time. In other words, if two sets of parents each have one child, there are half as many children as parents. If those children have one child, then there are 1/4 as many grandchildren as grandparents. If only 1 million babies are born in 2006, it's hard to have 2 million adults enter the workforce in 2026. As the population shrinks, so does the culture. As of 2007, the fertility rate in France was 1.8, England 1.6, Greece 1.3, Germany 1.3, Italy 1.2.
So in other words, all these races are dying out. They're in the process of dying out. The New World Order knows this, and therefore now they're prepositioning their satanic troops that are told to go in there, breed, rape, pillage, steal, kill the infidel, rape them, breed with their women, and bring forth your Islamic armies and your Islamic hordes, because their race is in decline. Just like it is in America with the white races, their race is in decline. They're weakened. Now is the time to strike, and this is a big reason they're bringing all of these Muslim hordes in right now as well.
Spain, 1.1. Across the entire European Union of 31 countries, the fertility is a mere 1.38. Historical research tells us these numbers are impossible to reverse. In a matter of years, Europe, as we know it, will cease to exist. Yet the population...
And who's being prepositioned there to fill the void? The massive Muslim devil horde invaders. So we're literally facing an absolute hellish existence. I mean, I'm just telling you, that's the way it's looking.
Of Europe is not declining. Why? Immigration. Islamic immigration. Of all population growth in Europe since 1990, 90% has been Islamic immigration. France, 1.8 children per family. Muslims, 8.1.
8.1 kids a Muslim family is having in France. And they're probably getting all the government support in the world in order to have those kids, just like the illegal aliens are here and the Muslims are here. They're being encouraged to breed. They're going, it's a matter of numbers, and this is what the Muslims are saying. It's just a matter of time. Our numbers are greater. You're not having kids. We are going to take you over, and you're going to die. That's the message.
In southern France, traditionally one of the most populated church regions in the world, there are now more mosques than churches. 30% of children ages 20 and younger are in
more mosques than churches in southern France. 8.1 kids on average per Muslim family. Oh man. I mean, this is really, really, really bad.
Islamic. In the
30% of the children aged 20 and younger are Islamic already in France. 30%.
Larger cities such as Nice, Marseille, and Paris, that number has grown to 45%. By 2027, 1 in 5 Frenchmen will be Muslim. In just 39 years, France will be an Islamic republic.
Now, I don't think we have 39 years, okay, with the way the world's going, with the, the Bible and the tribulation and the Antichrist and false prophet. But this is still an important issue, and this is still must be an issue that is extremely near and dear to Satan's cold black heart, is all I can think, because you look at the amount of resources and effort that's being expended toward this end, and it's mind-boggling.
In the last 30 years, the Muslim population of Great Britain rose from 82,000 to 2.5 million, a 30-fold increase. There are over 1,000 mosques, many of them former churches. In the Netherlands, 50% of all newborns are Muslim, and in only 15 years, half of the population of the Netherlands will be Muslim. In Russia, there are over 23 million Muslims. That's 1 out of 5 Russians. 40% of the entire Russian army will be Islamic in just a few short years. Currently in Belgium, 25% of the population and 50% of all newborns are Muslim. The government of Belgium has stated 1/3 of all European children will be born to Muslim families by 2025, just 17 years away. The German government, the first to talk about this publicly, recently released a statement saying, "The fall in the German population can no longer be stopped. Its downward spiral is no longer reversible. It will be a Muslim state by the year 2050. Muammar al-Gaddafi of Libya said, "There are signs that Allah will grant victory to Islam in Europe, without swords, without guns, without conquest. We don't need terrorists. We don't need homicide bombers. The 50+ million Muslims in Europe will turn it into a Muslim continent within a few decades." There are currently 52 million Muslims in Europe. The German government said that number is expected to double in the next 20 years to 104 million. Closer to home, the numbers tell a similar story. Right now, Canada's fertility rate is 1.6, nearly a full point below what is required to sustain a culture. And Islam is now the fastest growing religion. Between 2001 and 2006, Canada's population increased by 1.6 million, 1.2 of those immigration. In the United States, the current fertility rate of American citizens is 1.6. With the influx of the Latino nations, the rate increases to 2.11, the bare minimum required to sustain a culture. In 1970, there were 100,000 Muslims in America. Today, there are over 9 million. The world is changing. It's time to wake up.
That was 2008. I don't even know what the statistic is now.
3 years ago, a meeting of 24 Islamic organizations was held in Chicago. The transcripts of that meeting showed in detail their plans to evangelize America through journalism, politics, education, and more. They said, "We must prepare ourselves for the reality that in 30 years, there will be 50 million Muslims living in America. The world that we live in is not the world in which our children and grandchildren will live." The Catholic Church recently reported that Islam has just surpassed their membership numbers. Some studies show that at Islam's current rate of growth, in 5 to 7 years, it will be the dominant religion of the world. As believers, we call upon you to join the effort to share the gospel message with the changing world. This is a call to action.
And I don't know how much more serious I could even get than that just one video we just saw there. I mean, that is so... I mean, I'm just speechless. I'm totally out of time for this part, so I have to end this one and go to part 5 next. So God bless you. We'd like to welcome you back to, I believe, our 5th and final part of our current event and weekly Bible study for November 29, 2015. Next report, why are Swedish women immigrating in record-breaking amounts? 2014's immigration statistics have been released last month, and they show that the Swedish-born women are immigrating away from Sweden in record-breaking numbers. In 2000, well, they're just sick of being raped, so they're doing this literally fleeing for their lives. 2014, by the Muslims, they're sick of being raped by the Muslims. A total of 51,200 people immigrated. Of those, 23,900 were Swedish women. This means that in all Sweden's history, 2014 was the year when most women left that country. So why exactly is this happening? The country is having immigration diversity forced upon it with such severity that many Swedes are simply white flighting to another country entirely. Sweden is dying fast. Men now outnumber women. And it is taking in 10,000 Muslim invaders every week. 10,000 every week in Sweden alone. And the government is spending an equivalent of $4 billion a year to move them in. And you're telling me this isn't a coordinated attack to absolutely wipe out against white races and white genocide? $4 billion a year to move them in just in one country. Knowing what's going to happen when they move them in. Knowing full well. The majority, 58% of Swedes, say that there are too many immigrants, but the government, as most Western governments, simply refuses to listen and insists that the Swedes are wrong. It is any wonder why Sweden's Social Democratic Party wants to officially put the country in a state of emergency. The elite has tried to engineer the demographics of Sweden through open-door immigration policies. Their goal was to get rid of the white Swedish majority and turn the country into a random assortment of people. This is white genocide. Genocide is defined by the goals you seek, not the methods you use. They seek to get rid of the white majority. Therefore, it is genocide. Now, here's another one. Now, people keep emailing me this, and I have literally included this in 2 different newsletters I put out, and as the lead link in one of the newsletters I put out on Islam. Okay, so I'm well aware of this, and we're going to go ahead and play selective parts of this. Athens, Greece. Here we're seeing a picture of a boat where it is absolutely this gigantic boat where you've just got thousands of Muslims.
A drastic number of refugees by the end of 2015, believed to be in the region of 1.5 million.
They're showing all these pictures. If you haven't seen this video, it's just, it's enough to make you sick. These Muslim invading hordes coming into Germany, into Greece, into Europe, and unfettered, come one, come all, no vetting. Tons of these are radical Islamist terrorists. A lot of them will become that if they're not that already. Raping and pillaging their way all the way to the eventual eradication of the infidel, the non-Muslim worldwide. And these are just pictures of these Muslim hordes coming in. And you can't even hardly believe it when you see it, the volume.
Not quite on a biblical scale, but an exodus it certainly is. Migrants who've been trapped at the railway station in Budapest now deciding to walk the hundreds of miles to Germany and what they see as the promised land.
The other side of this tragedy is how it will change Europe. Non-Western migrants had already been flooding into Europe for decades. Leaders refused to stop it.
We are afraid. We're in danger every day, every minute.
So this is a lady, I think in Germany, she says, we're in danger every day, every minute. They're coming inside.
Coming inside, the police. They want to kill each other.
They want to kill each other.
You have to do something.
You have to do something.
To protect us. They are in our house.
They're in our houses. You have to protect us.
We are not them.
We're the victims, not them. We have to live like we lived before. We have to live our lives.
We have to live our life. They took it for us.
They took it from us.
They have to take them from here. It's a city.
They have to take them from here.
No place for people like them.
Why? Because they're savages. They're unmitigated, demon-possessed vessels of Satan, and they're just letting them in wholesale. Everywhere. Everywhere there's a white race. I hate to say it, but those are the countries that are being targeted, and that is undeniable. So here we have a mosque leader who's going to give us a little lecture, little morality lecture. And then and it shows like they got signs up, refugees welcome. And here's the mosque leader, how they respond. Then he says something, he says they wish they were dead. They have lost their fertility. So they look for fertility in our midst. So remember what we were talking about, the birth rates? That's why he says they've lost their fertility. We shall give them fertility. We shall breed children with them. All these Muslims are screaming, take the refugees. We shall soon collect them in the name of the coming caliphate. Here it shows them all throwing feces and, you know, fighting and annihilating things and beating people up and stealing and raping. Here's a whole bunch of black Muslims coming in just absolutely out of their minds, invading horde. You know, it's really something to behold. It really is. Just the pictures alone. Where do we go? Germany. Germany. And they're all chanting. So that's the first clip. And then I want to go to 335 here. Because I don't want to play the whole thing. But okay, let's start with this. Here we're seeing night vision camera.
Increasing groups of people who are essentially asking the question, if the political establishment continues to get its way, in 5, in 10, in 20 years' time, how many Germans are going to be left in Germany? How many French people are going to be left in France? How many English people are going to be left in England?
See, they're not getting their demographic wish of a total eradication of the white race is quick enough, okay? Yes, breeding would do it, but that's going to take too long. So what they've got to do now is really open the floodgates of evil into these white countries, and that's who they're targeting. That's without a doubt. There's no denying it. And they're going to come in and rape and breed and further force, and then they're going to just start out flat out genocide, where they're actually going to start killing the white races and then taking the white women for their wives. And if they don't convert, they'll be beheaded. And this is what the goal is. Okay, I'm just flat out telling you, this is what they're doing. This is what the plan is. You know, jihad only has one outcome. It doesn't have multiple outcomes, and that is total domination of the culture that it invades.
French writer Renaud Camus calls the influx the Great Replacement and says it's the biggest thing to happen to France since the 15th century.
What is the goal? Sarkozy. The goal is to meet the challenge of interracial marriage. Now remember, I quoted this before, but this is what this sick, disgusting reptilian devil is saying the goal is. Interracial marriage, and in this case it's the Muslims breeding, the Muslims and the black Muslim nations breeding with the white women of Europe. That's what they're in reference to. I mean, man can't have babies, so it has to be the women that he's in reference to, this interracial breeding program. He said it's not a choice. It's an obligation, because if you don't do it as a white woman, you're a racist. You don't convert to Islam and embrace their culture and embrace that diversity, you are a racist. This is what is being implied by these fork-tongued devils from the pits of hell. It is voluntarism does not work for this republic. Meaning, you're not going to volunteer for this. It's going to be thrust and forced upon you. Particularly the white women of Europe and the white women of Canada and America, which seems to be what is being targeted here. No, it's not seeming, it is. The state will then move in more coercive measures. So they're going to force you to breed. We must change. Therefore, we will change.
Hardly anyone imagined just 20 years ago that the native French population would be finding itself in a rapidly decreasing minority here.
London has got so ethnically diverse that white Britons are now a minority here.
White families in Birmingham are set to become a minority group for the first...
I mean, they're showing a Birmingham, UK, and I mean, it is a park, and it is, as far as you can see, Muslims in that, praying to their devil moon god Allah. I mean, by the tens of thousands in one park alone.
The country's most rapidly growing demographic is Muslim.
with Mohammed now the most popular name for baby boys in London.
The high Muslim birth rate is changing the political landscape. Imran is looking forward to replacing Belgian law with Sharia law, including amputation for theft, stoning for adultery, and death to homosexuals.
If they want to push us back or something like that, I don't know, maybe they can start to marry 4 wives and have a lot of children.
See, that's how this is their stealth jihad. Not really stealth at this point, but one of the ways is just through breeding. They have 4 wives, have a lot of children, and they just take over that way. And then those kids are brainwashed from the womb, literally, and they just grow up to be hardcore extremist devil Muslims, you know, because that's all they've ever known. So it's not like they even have to do a lot of recruiting, because they're just doing it by breeding.
Start with that, maybe they will have a chance, but I don't think so.
Something else that Muslim immigration appears to have brought to Norway is what some here call a rape epidemic. Recent police statistics showed that in the capital of Oslo, 100% of assault rapes between strangers were committed by immigrant non-Western males. And
100% immigrant, Muslim invading hordes is what he's talking about. Okay? 100% of rapes.
9 out of 10 of their victims were native Norwegian women.
And here it shows black Muslims just going up and cold cocking women. Women! Not only men, but women in like Sweden and Norway and in England. They just cold cock them. Like the knockout game here. I mean, where does it end? Where does it end before pushback starts to occur? Merkel says we'll make it. She says we'll make it, but we'll make it straight to our collective doom. This is their interviewing a German lady looking out over all the Muslim hordes invading their country. I think it's important signal for all of you. This is this fork-tongued devil witch Merkel. She says, I think it's important that already, as President Wolf said, Islam belongs to Germany. You will be Muslim. Here's a whole bunch of black Muslims saying to the indigenous population, I believe in Germany, your children will be Muslim. You will be Muslim. Your son will be Muslim.
Of at least 1,400
Rottingham abuse.
A period of 16 years. Children being raped, trafficked, beaten, and
1,400 children sexually exploited. This is happening by the Muslim hordes that have moved in, and they have kidnapped the infidel children, and particularly the white girls in these areas. I've reported on this before, and they're just letting them get away with it. 1,400 children sexually exploited. Abuses took place starting all the way back in 1997. Children raped, trafficked, beaten. And it's the Muslims doing it.
Sometimes doused in petrol.
Doused in gasoline. And then they're showing the mug shots of these sick, depraved vessels of Satan that are doing this. And they're all Muslims. Every single one of them.
Were of Pakistani.
I mean, these guys, some of these guys are so evil looking, you can't even hardly look at their picture and not get sick to the stomach. You know? The eyes are the windows to the soul. And I mean, these guys are all evil. They're all literally vessels of Satan.
Heritage.
Ramadan Mubarak to you all.
With Muslim immigration to Europe, and this is one of their devil, I don't know, clerics or whatever, and he says, in Europe's unwillingness to get married and have children, 100 people there will be succeeded by 80. 10 years later, those 80 will be succeeded by 60 because, see, they're having less children. Okay, and then 60 will be succeeded by 40. And then the 10 will become a decade later, and then 20 years later, not a single one of them will be left.
Since then, an unholy alliance of leftists, capitalists, and Zionist supremacists has schemed to promote immigration and miscegenation with the deliberate aim of breeding us out of existence in our own homelands. First, their immigrant pawns were temporary guest workers. Then it was a multiracial experiment. Then they were refugees. Then the answer to a shrinking population. Different excuses, different lies. But the real aim stays the same. The biggest genocide in human history.
Really ashamed of the racist and xenophobic
terms. And is your
So this stinking witch gets up and she's sick of the racist and xenophobic terms that this guy was just talking about, the truth that he was putting forth. And then she says, is your policy serious or are you just shouting?
policy serious, or are you just shouting?
Fork-tongued witch.
It's you that's shouting, because obviously the truth hurts. I have a constructive suggestion to help those poor asylum seekers from Africa. Yes, make it clear they can't come here, so they don't try to cross the sea and drown in huge numbers. The best way for them is to get the banks off the backs of their countries, so they can live in peace in their countries, and we Europeans can live in peace in ours. Thank you.
So then we're back to this demon-possessed Muslim imam guy. With time, Europe will become a single Islamic state, which will know nothing but there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is his messenger. Here we're seeing a school in Bolton, United Kingdom, and it's all Muslims wearing headscarves. This is a refugee train to Germany, and we've got all Muslims on the train shouting chanting these things that they're saying. May Allah make orphans out of their children. May Allah make it difficult on their women. Allah gives victory to Islam everywhere. Allah Akbar. Oh man, these are such demon-possessed vessels of Satan.
I've been watching this migration, and I see the people. I mean, they're men. They're mostly men, and they're strong men. These are physically young, strong men. They look like prime-time soldiers. Look, Europe's going to have to handle, but they're going to have riots in Germany. What's happening in Germany, I always thought Merkel was like this great leader. What she's done in Germany is insane. It's insane. They're having all sorts of attacks. They're having letting in that many people.
We demand our right to stay here. I'm cutting so much out of these devils. They get into a country, they're ungrateful, they demand more, they rape, they steal, they pillage, they throw feces, they throw urine. They're absolutely just satanic devils. And, you know, they're just welcoming the Muslim hordes, and you can't say anything against us, or you're a racist. We are here to stay, no matter what comes.
What democracy is anti-democracy. It is for you, because you are a racist.
So he's saying your democracy is only for you because you're racist. How convenient, throwing the racism card, when the biggest racists on the planet are obviously the Muslim invading devil hordes. They tolerate no other.
We are not going to fear of you, because we are stronger, more than yesterday. It will be tomorrow more.
We'll be stronger than you yesterday, stronger more and more even tomorrow. And we will defeat you. And that's a whole bunch of, looks like black Muslims celebrating, I guess, I think in a German street. This is absolute total insanity. And then one more clip here. Okay, so continuing on here, we've got this next report, and it's entitled Veteran, and he's writing a report, Dangers of Syrian Refugees, read this now, and this just came out November 18, 2015, and it's a veteran writing. The veteran is Alan Dowda, gives all of his contact info here. He says, I typically don't go into rants or express my political beliefs here, but I just have to get this off my mind. As some of you know, I'm an active duty Army. Aside from that, I'm also a medic. I spent 3 years of my life overseas in both Afghanistan and Iraq. I've seen some pretty atrocious sights caused by war from both sides. I've picked up blown up body parts of my friends, and I've saved the lives of guys who were trying to kill me and my guys right before I was keeping them from their 72 virgins. Or whatever else they believe awaits them on the other side. Here's an unbiased, truthful view of the Syrian refugee situation. My first deployment to Iraq was in 2006. My unit voluntarily ran a children's burn clinic outside our forward operating base, or FOB. This burn clinic was a constant target for Muslim attacks. You would think that people wouldn't shoot mortars or rockets at their own children, but you would be wrong. We saw hundreds of children from infants to 18-year-olds. The overwhelming majority of the kids we saw, 90% or better, were clear cases of abuse. These parents were literally dunking their kids in boiling water or throwing hot chai tea at their kids' faces. Yes, we're talking about babies, toddlers, kids not even old enough to understand why their parents would do these things to them. Hundreds of kids, and they were firing mortars and rockets at them. Just because maybe there was the off chance that the rockets would also kill the army in there taking care of their own children. This is the type of demons and devils that they're invading, that they are unleashing on the European nations, on America, and on Canada. They want the worst of the worst of the worst, and that is Islam. And yes, there's different countries that have more hardcore versions of Islam, but this is what we're dealing with. These demon-possessed vessels of Satan that have no mercy, no compassion, no love, they're void of it. They don't have any of that. We saw quite a few of these kids that were sexually abused as well, both boys and girls. Remember, we're talking about sometimes babies and toddlers. Their parents acted as if nothing was wrong with this, even when confronted by our doctors. Remember the documentary that I had talked about recently where they went in there, it was Afghanistan, and they had all of their sex slave, I believe they call them chai boys. Yeah, and they were hearing their screams at night, and they were being told, our troops were being told, can't say anything, it's part of their culture. They would go to the police chiefs and report these people, and the police chiefs would either roll their eyes and think it's the stupidest thing they had ever heard, or just dismiss it, or tell them. Some of the stuff they told them, I mean, I can't even repeat. If you want to hear it, just key in, "This is Winning Vice News." And there's some inappropriate stuff that's said, so it's not for kids to watch, but I'm telling you, it's just unbelievable, their mindset. Their demon-infested, evil, wicked mindset is beyond anything a normal human being could ever process. Okay? And these are like their police chiefs. And they won't go after any of them. It's part of their culture. They rape little boys. That's what they do. Preferably little boys. That's their main thing they like to go after. So, we're talking about babies, toddlers, kids, not even old enough to understand why their parents would do these things. Hundreds of kids. We saw quite a few of these kids that were sexually abused, both boys and girls. Their parents acted if nothing was wrong with this, even when confronted by our doctors. This is the mentality of their society, not the viewpoint of a few individuals. I mean, I didn't see one person in that documentary, not one, that thought that there was anything wrong. Not one indigenous person in the population that I saw that. I mean, there was virtually, it sounded like, it was almost like there was no pushback on this at all. No trying to stop this. None of that. It was all condoned by society. And you wonder, it's like, well, no wonder they grow up to be such monsters. They're being raped and burned and who knows what else at the earliest possible age. So they grow up to be an absolute devil like their abusers are. And it's a cycle that just keeps perpetuating. They're void of any conscience. They're void of any immersion. They're void of any compassion. They don't have those. It's like they're from another planet almost. So going further, many of these, this is the majority, this is the mentality of their society, not the viewpoint of a few individuals. These beliefs have been accepted to the vast, this is the mentality of their society, not the viewpoint of a few individuals. These beliefs have been accepted to the vast majority of these people. Many were educated, well-dressed, well-spoken men, but yet they still raped their own children and kept chai boys. And that's the little boys they have that basically sexually service them and do their bidding and do all their chores and stuff. And yeah, they kept chai boys. That's a status symbol over there. You know, it's actually literally a status symbol. Key Dancing Boys of Afghanistan. That was a public PBS program, I'm pretty sure. BBC or something did that. And these are the people they're bringing over here in mass. If that's how they treat their own people, can you imagine what they're going to do to infidels if they get the chance? During that deployment, we also captured the third largest EFP, which stands for Explosively Formed Penetrator Cache, that had ever been captured. There were hundreds of copper plates, homemade explosives, fake curbs to house the EFPs, hundreds of mortars and rockets and howitzer rounds, even anti-aircraft gun. And all of these things came from one place, Syria. Every single IED, improvised explosive device, or EFP we found or hit could be traced back to Syria. And again, this is where they're bringing in all of the Muslim invading hordes. A lot of the terrorists we captured were from Syria, and so imagine that. Fast forward a couple of years, and I find myself in Helmand province in Afghanistan. We had a group of Afghanis that were paid to help guard our little mud hut in the middle of the Afghan village. These guys also kept a, quote, shy boy, a boy about 11 years old who was there to serve these guys sexually. We heard about him. We heard him being sexually assaulted many times, but there was nothing we could do about it. We asked the police, the Afghan army, and we were told the same thing every time. It's their culture and accepted as the norm. Let that sink in. This is Islam in its purest form. Child pedophilia, gay child pedophilia. Islam in its purest form. And yet they act like they're so much better and we're unclean infidels and they're so pure. Oh man. Oh. They're worse than any pig that's ever been birthed on this planet. We asked the Afghani army, and we were told the same thing every time. It's their culture. Accepted as the norm. Once again, we captured Syrian-made explosive weapons and other items. We found Syrian passports during raids, and the people out there want us to let these people into the United States with our kids and near our wives, near our schools, near our churches, synagogues, and malls, places where we should never have to fear being blown up, shot, kidnapped, or tortured. Don't forget what they did to the Egyptian Coptic Christians or the Jordanian pilot. Don't forget about what they do to rape victims. They stone these women to death for being raped. They'll stone their own women to death for being raped because they're considered, unless she has like the witness of 7 other men or something, Muslim men, doesn't count. So the women that are actually being raped get stoned to death. They behead their own people. Do you think they will show mercy to you? Look at the rape statistics in Denmark, Sweden, Belgium. Facts don't lie. And again, it figures vary, but he's saying 97, but it goes all the way up to 100% of rapes committed in Sweden were committed by Muslim immigrants. And you want 10,000 of these savages here? 10,000 is only the beginning for Obama. He wants to bring 500,000, million, whatever, as many as he can get in here. Even if it's just 1% of these so-called refugees were ISIS supporters or active ISIS terrorists, would that be acceptable to you? Chew on it, think about it, take a good look at your kids and your wife and decide if it's worth risking. Well, and again, listen, I've done everything I know of to push back against this, personally. So I'm not going to sit here collectively blame my audience or my listeners. I'm not going to do that. I think it's up to us to get out there and try to educate people, to literally get on our knees and pray against this wickedness, to ask for God's intervention regarding this, to ask God to stop this wickedness from coming anymore, not only here but worldwide. I mean, this is, I guess when you got over 100,000 babies being killed every day in the abortion clinics worldwide, it just gets to a point where God just lets the wickedness take over. Now, I'm not saying he doesn't preserve a remnant, because he always does. But it just seems like this is what, like, the wickedness is increasing at such a breakneck level in speed. It's hard to really comprehend anymore. And this is really at the spear tip of the wickedness. So that's all I have for today, and I'll go ahead and close this out in a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we come to you in prayer, Lord, and we do thank you for this day that you've given us, for letting us come together again, Lord God, and look at these issues that we've been looking at, God. I pray, Lord God, that your truth would go forth, God, that the wickedness of evil be exposed, be defeated, be annihilated, God, that, as you said in your word, God, but God shall shoot at them with an arrow. Suddenly shall they be wounded. So they shall make their own tongues to fall upon themselves. And all men shall flee in fear, and shall see in fear and declare the work of God, that they would wisely consider of your doing, and that the righteous would be glad in the Lord and trust in you, and all the upright in heart would glory. I do pray to God you hide your remnant, God, from the secret counsel of the wicked and from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity, like you talk about in Psalm 64. I do pray, God, O Lord God, to whom vengeance belongeth, O God, to whom vengeance belongeth, show thyself. Render a reward to the proud, Lord God, as you say in Psalm 94. Render a reward to the wicked, that they cannot continue, Lord God, in the name of Jesus Christ, in their wickedness, that they do not prosper in wickedness, Lord God. If it be possible that their souls be saved, God. But if not, God, in the name of Jesus Christ, that you would annihilate these wicked droves of devils before they're able to infiltrate and kill more Christians and defile more innocents and to rape more women and more children, God. I pray to God in the name of Jesus Christ that you cut them off in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, that they would not be able to work this wickedness anymore and not to prosper in it in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. The fear of the Lord is to hate evil, as your word says. And this is pure evil, God, what we have talked about today, and increasingly is just pure, unmitigated evil. And I pray to God in the name of Jesus Christ that you show yourself, Lord, and that the fear of God falls upon this wicked planet in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, as a result of what you will do, as a result of your intervention, that your name be glorified, and that many would be saved as a result of what you would do. I pray you forgive us for any and all sins we have committed, Lord, as we forgive those who have sinned against us, and that the words of our mouth and the meditations of our heart would be pleasing and acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, our strength and our Redeemer, that you cleanse us from presumptuous sins and secret faults, that they would not have dominion over us. And we ask all these things in the name of the Lord Jesus.